a quiet run of things, but now sit in 17th spot. Kamishita for the 8th Toyota. That's moving up through the field as others have issues. That was the one that Brendan Hartley put in the wall at the very start of the race. And Max Papis in the MPI Zansho car is in 19th, having just come out of the pits. Gustavo Menzies for Rebellion Williams Esports 02. The 4th of their team cars, sits 140 back from Max Papis, and then Forta in the Multimacket Zanshu car is down 5 laps, and that is the 15 machine just ahead of Olivier Panis and Alex Brundle. Those two locked together right now in a battle for 22nd position. And here is a replay, or was that a replay? That was just a jingle, I presume. Catherine Legg is aboard the full... Oh, who's that having a little spin?
That Project 1, is it, or was that RHE?
56? Do I see 56? Yes, Project 1.
Project 1.
And it was a replay.
There we go.
Yeah, well done, guys. I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. Let's get back to it then. Catherine Legg is aboard the all-female Richard Mille car, which is 6 laps down. Beautiful interview just before I went to sleep with Catherine and Hayley. And Catherine really apologetic for what she did a bit earlier on. Spun at the second chicane and then rejoined in an unsafe fashion. And actually hit the... it was the Romain Grosjean Corvette, wasn't it? At the time, it was right at the head of the field. So Catherine very apologetic, and then we replayed it to her to show her, and she was going, "Oh no, I don't want to see it." Oh dear.
Yeah, that was mean.
It was a great interview. I think both of us were off air at the time.
Yeah.
Rubens Barrichello is in the FA RB All in Sports car that Fernando Alonso had an accident with at the very start of the race, and unfortunately then had issues getting into the pits, couldn't get refueled. Let's go on board with it. The 94 hard into the wall. And who is aboard that 94 car? Patrick Pilet.
Were they stuck there in the gravel? Yes. Look, that looks like they might be a bit stuck in the gravel.
And timing screen says they've stopped, so if they can't get themselves back to the pits...
Yep, there you go.
Rear wing is off that car. It's heavily damaged. I have a feeling that's just on the exit of karting as well, so he's not far away.
Not far at all.
And there we go. He disappears out of sight, and that does mean potentially we have another retirement.
Well, I'm going to try and find out exactly what is going on there from the team to see if that is... I wouldn't think that'd be something terminal. And there we go. Look, 2 LMP2s off in the gravel.
22 and 23. Drama all over the place. There are cars a bit further down. Alex Buncombe just come out the pits. So he is one of those cars.
I think this is going to be a replay.
Oh dear,
there we go.
Huge from the 23 car. And that was, is that really? That's a 23rd position.
23rd position.
Come on, Ben, wake up. So that is Brundle and Panis.
Yes.
Alex Brundle missing his braking point and nailing Olivier Panis. They're both continuing, but certainly I would have thought big damage for both of those, although they seem to be okay right now, running pretty fast down the straights. But we do have race control. I just saw Eduardo Freitas reappear, having had his sleep, and so race control will be looking into that, because I'm pretty sure that is not really on. And Alex Brundle just missing his braking point and catching Olivier Panis going into that first chicane.
Sorry, I've asked the guys at Motorsport Games have been updating me, and it was sort of obviously asked on air any update on what happened. No, they don't know either yet. So we'll hopefully find out exactly what the problem was there for the Porsche, because we do know that they got stuck in the gravel, but it's gone back to the pits. Now we need to find out if it's going to get back in this race, and if so, how many laps down.
So Rubens Barrichello in the 25th position in the FA RB All in Sports car. We've also got a Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina car that's stopped in 12th position, and that's a bit of a worry. They've got good pace and have had good pace, but they are also stopped in sector 3 of the lap. So hopefully they also can get themselves back to pit lane. Timing screen not entirely reliable when it comes to these kind of things. Doesn't necessarily tell us if they've quit out the game or not.
Martin Haven confusing me there. He said not a clue. And so clearly that's not to do with...
that was something else.
That was something else,
Yeah.
let's just say that. And of course, it's. I think I can be forgiven for the time. But there we go. We'll get an update on that shortly. Now, it doesn't say they've stopped anymore. So they're back in pit lane. So Pile should be getting back out onto the track now. Hopefully, anyway.
So let's go into the GTE category. Tommy Usgaard is aboard the leading Porsche. That's been right at the sharp end throughout this race. Usgaard and Yuyovsky had a great battle early doors. Yuyovsky's now nearly a lap back, 3 minutes back from Tommy Usgaard, although I think we're starting to get into the pit sequence. Jeremy Bouteloup aboard the second of the Porsches, the 92 car, and Pietla is in the 91 machine. Just 10 seconds between Yuyovsky and Bouteloup, so we could get Porsche up into 1-2. Then Pietla is on 1 lap down and 49 seconds ahead of Nicky Thiem, who's back aboard the Aston Martin 95. Terzik is in Corvette 64. Kevin Duran in the Dempsey Proton that was well at the head of the field at some point, just 2 seconds ahead of the 57 Team Project 1 Porsche. And then Petit in the feed racing is 2 laps down. Leo in the first of our Ferraris, the 71 car is the lead Ferrari, and he's about half a minute ahead of Corvette Racing's Voss. Felipe Massa in the Monaco-based Stronger Together car is ahead of Darren Turner, who will be at his base, at base performance, in the Aston Martin 98 car. They've got the full motion simulator rig there that they use for training drivers at base performance, and 3 of their drivers are using that particular rig. And then Jimmy Broadbent's male racing team with Rotting aboard down in 14th in class, 15th in class. Brioni for Aston Martin, Team Project 1. The second of the car, the 56 car, in 16th spot. Patrick Pilet was 17th, back in the pits after that accident. And then look at that, the 2 Ferraris down. 9 laps down for David Tonitza, and 20 seconds back from that, Caruso in the 51 car. It has completely not gone well for Maranello, and then what a shame. Still, the 71 car is in the mix of things, but certainly when I went to bed, I thought Benito was well up in the field.
Yes, well, it's been a changing race, isn't it? We could have been in a...
It was a few hours ago.
It was a few hours ago. I don't remember.
Okay.
But yes, Tonitza was up there at one stage where really it's been the domination of the Porsches up there, in Corvette have been sneaking up there in the top 10 as well, but it's been an all-Porsche show, albeit, of course, with the exception of the R8 GT in that Corvette, Romain Grosjean's team as well. So doing a fantastic job as a manufacturer in this race, Porsche.
We're getting more pit stops coming through for the LMPs right now. You can see lots of Ps on our timing screen. Canapino is in the pits, and who he is, in fact, just exiting pit lane. Agustin Canapino then giving up second position to Esteban Guerri. But there's no real big differences in strategy at the moment. So we kind of have had running all the way through, so they may have changed a little bit, but unfortunately our strategy computer's decided to turn itself off, so no actual idea as to exactly when people are due into pit lane. We will try and get that sorted for you once somebody with a password wakes up. But basically we're at that point now with 190 laps done. We do groups of 10 laps per stint, and therefore this is about the time that we get all of our LMPs coming into the pits, and then we can work out exactly where the battles are on track. But it has put Guerri in the Baicoles car up to second momentarily. Kuba Brzezinski is in the lead, 1 car for Rebellion Williams Esports with Louis Teletraz. I actually haven't seen Rafael Marcello, and they're in the pit lane.
That's the 94 Porsche that we saw stuck in the gravel earlier. They're still in the pits, and they're in the garage, which usually means that's going to be pretty terminal.
Okay. Well, that would be a shame to lose one of our Porsches. They've got plenty of cars, but another is the Golf car.
That's the Golf racing car as well. They've had a lot of problems in the recent laps, and they are also on screen being shown in the garage.
Well, they are.
There we go.
There they are. There was question marks over whether they would be getting back out.
I see. I thought the timing screen was showing them out on the circuit, but that couldn't be possible, could it? Because there they are.
I believe the pictures more than the timing screen, certainly, from our experiences so far.
Oh, really? Yeah. See, usually I don't really watch the pictures. I just watch the timing screen.
The old track commentator just commentating off the timing screen. Great to have you with us from all around the world. If you do have questions, please use the hashtag LeMans24Virtual. That is where we are kind of basing ourselves, and these are the early hours of the Le Mans 24 Hours when interaction is key, and we are following the leading car. The illuminated number is the position, of course, rather than the car number. So that is Kuba Brzezinski, who shares the car with Nikodem Wisniewski, the two kind of established Polish Williams esports drivers, and then Rafael Marcello and Louis Delatraz. For me, both GT drivers rather than LMP drivers, but they haven't seen Marcello in the car yet, but he's been very, very strong on a different platform in GT cars. And I have seen Louis Delatraz, who was kind of fighting inside the top 6 the last time I checked. So they've really just been consistently creeping their way up through the field. And I think presumably the esports guys, Nikodem and Kuba, have been doing a great job to get themselves right at the sharp end.
Yeah, Nikodem and Kuba using their experience working together as teammates with success in the esports arena. And Delatraz, he's been very quick in esports in the F1 and F2 esports series over recent weeks. But Kuba at the moment in that 25-second lead over Esteban Guerreri. But this is hugely impressive stuff, as we mentioned earlier, with Bike-Hollis just slowly creeping up on that Rebellion car in the lead. And with everything that's been thrown at them, to see Bike-Hollis still up there fighting for second with 25 seconds to close down and 11 hours and 42 minutes to do it, what a story it would be if that Bike-Hollis car could get back into the lead of the race.
Ben Costin-Juris and Chris McCarthy with you. Both have plenty of experience in the sim racing world. Chris has been commentating on all kinds of different things during this lockdown period, but initially with huge experience on the Gran Turismo platform, and I've been very lucky also to be commentating across all different platforms, having raced myself, and now back to racing again in sim racing, which is really cool. Raced myself in karting and in the virtual world as a kid, and then gave it up for about 10 years, focused on real life and realised life's no fun without a rig. So I got myself a rig the last couple of weeks. It's been helping me a lot to understand exactly what these guys are going through. And Chris, pretty much the same thing. Although, how's your rig at home? Do you have a rig at home?
I wish I could. I wish I could fit one in my room at home.
This is the same thing. This is the same issue, but I found the TR1 from Redline, which was small enough to fit in my office.
Right, there you go.
Yeah.
So, no, I don't have one at the moment, but I'm desperate to get back out and to get a rig together and start racing, competing. Again, with what we do, it's having the time to do it regularly too. But then again, with what we do, it's having the time to do it regularly, because you might be able to go and do a round or two, but then committing to a season, you start finding yourself working, and particularly with what we do on the weekends when everyone else is racing it, and it becomes quite difficult to do a championship. What championship is it you're in at the moment?
I do the Skippy's Mofo race series on Tuesday evenings from 8 o'clock 8 o'clock UK time. And
interesting name.
I don't know why. We've had over the last couple of weeks, what's been amazing about racing in the sim the last couple of months is you get people were popping in. So I kept being binned by Alice Powell. Oh, there's the Toyota. Losing control and then taking out while sliding across the track at Indianapolis. Rubens Barrichello, I think that was. It may not have been. It may have been.
I thought that was that the Richard Mille car?
Yeah, I think it was actually Catherine Legg this time being hit rather than doing the hitting. Completely innocent bystander and losing a position there to Rubens Barrichello. That's why it doesn't quite marry up on my timing screens. But she is running again and running at a half-decent pace, so obviously not too much damage to that car. and it was the Toyota Argentina entry, which is Fabrizio Gorbi. And the last time I looked, before I went to sleep, they were up in 3rd spot. So they've had a dreadful run of things, now down in 19th position. But this is the way endurance racing goes. It's the case of all 4 drivers. What's the pace of all 4 drivers rather than just one single driver? And you save some of your drivers. Perhaps the slower driver will only need to do 4 hours, but it's kind of filtered through in one way or another, and things have changed. So yes, going back to racing at the moment, it's just been a pleasure. We actually have Adam Christodoulou within our league, so he races on a weekly basis with us, which is super cool, and he brings in friends. So when the W Series were kind of getting themselves up to speed and learning about sim racing and the platform iRacing at the time, they were all joining in with our series, getting used to stuff. But at that point, because they were just doing their first laps, they were absolutely useless and getting in the way, and it was a bit annoying actually, because you get these pro drivers coming in and you go, oh gosh, wow, this is exciting. Yeah. They're pro drivers, but form book ripped apart. Much like this, you start all over again, because all of these pro drivers that we know and love are actually rookies when it comes to sim racing, and there's a lot to learn. I mean, it was appalling. I was just appalling when I first started 2 months ago, but if you do give yourself enough time and enough experience and train your brain and train your eyes to digest all the information that sometimes when you're in a proper machine, in a car, you would be feeling through the bottom. You don't feel it through your bottom in sim racing, so your head has to do all the computing. It's tiring, but once you've trained your brain and your eyes to do that, then suddenly things start to click, and suddenly you can throw the car around, move the car around like you would do in the real world. I love a bit of oversteer when it comes to karting or in real cars, but I hate it in sim racing because I didn't know when the car was breaking away. I couldn't feel the rear end, but now my brain has computed it. I'm back to kind of dancing with the car and playing with it, and it's great fun. So I really enjoy my league on iRacing, and I also have a lot of time for Assetto Corsa Competizione, which is just stunning, and I love a beautiful thing. And so ACC is the place for me. But this also just looks so realistic right now. rFactor have done such a fantastic job with their latest lighting update to really make this pop in a way that it hadn't really done before, and really hopefully invoking the spirit of Le Mans inside you in these early hours of the morning.
I was going to go and do some investigating there. I was going to have a walk over to Race Control and see what the score is with our number 94. The Golf racing car is back out, which is good news. It says they are now on a out lap, so Masculi is jumped in the car from them. But I may have just a quick wander over quickly to Race Control and see what's going on with the number 94 car, because we did see that get stuck in the gravel, lose rear wing, was struggling to get going, and then all of a sudden it vanished and appeared in the garage. So I'll be back shortly with hopefully an answer to that.
Luckily, Race Control not too far away, and there's not so many people at 3:20 in the morning awake here in our studios, so easy to access people. And here in pit lane is the number 10 machine. This is Fabrizio Gorbi, so they are having a repair job getting on that Argentina car. We saw that car lose control in the braking zone in Indianapolis and T-boning Catherine Legg. Catherine is still out there and still running, although a bit of a mistake by the looks of things in sector 1 of that last lap. But repairs needed for Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina. That's a big shame for them because they were running very strong early on, but it's all it takes, just that slight bit of concentration loss, and then a spin, contact with the car or wall, and it's all over. We're watching Cool Racing. And Cool Racing with one of those cars right at the tail of the field. Erwin Barbier is aboard that car, and 3 of these drivers, Antoine Bourgat, Erwin Barbier and Nicolas Lapierre, all running from the base. In fact, I think all 4 of them are running from the base in Roche-au-Foron. Just going to check that, because I say this like I know exactly where it is. La Roche-sur-Foron, I was right. La Roche-sur-Foron is a tiny little village on the border between France and Switzerland near Geneva. It's a place I drive through every time I need to go to Geneva Airport. And my father was extremely excited always to tell me that Cool Racing were based on the road between Geneva, the airport, and my house in the French Alps. And so all of those drivers are at the factory. So shout out to Nicolas Lapierre, who I'm sure is asleep right now. Erwan Barbier is the driver at the wheel of the car, and they're all sharing the simulator at Cool Racing. So they will be jumping in and out of the same simulator rather than doing driver changes, as is already described, by clicking one driver in and passing it over to another driver in the another part of the world. A benefit to have everybody together, like Ferrari have done with Maranello, although Giovinazzi and Leclerc are not in Maranello. Pretty much everybody else from that team are. And Cool Racing, the only other team to have a full set of 4 drivers in the same place. We've got 3 drivers for TDS in the same place, but Larry ten Voorde, the 4th driver, is in Germany. We've got a couple of guys sharing a sim at their home, so Gasly and Jean-Eric Verne, those 2 are sharing a sim in Paris. Alex Lynn and Harry Tinknell are sharing a sim in Putney in London. Pierre Rag and Thomas Laurent sharing the sim here in our studio, along with the IDEC Sport duo as well. So different, also Gulf Racing's Ben Barker and Andrew Watson, they're in London too, sharing a simulator there. And as we mentioned before, Base Performance are hosting 3 of the Aston Martin drivers, Darren Turner, Johnny Adam and Ross Gunn, in their state-of-the-art, high-quality driver training simulator. And shout out to Rob, I think it's Robin Bales, who's part of our Mofo League, and Robin is their engineer, so working alongside them. Shout out to him. Giuseppe De Foucault is the guy who is not in location. He's the 4th driver for that team, but he's not in the UK location, and that is therefore why they are not all 4 sharing the same one. But really cool to have that kind of atmosphere. The only other one that we've already mentioned is the Stronger Together team that have 3 drivers in Monaco at the ACM, the Automobile Club de Monaco, with Felipe Massa, the 4th driver, over in Sao Paulo. I love this idea of getting everybody together and kind of being in the same place and having an enjoyable, maybe not necessarily a party atmosphere, because they will be taking this incredibly seriously, but just having them in the same place, being able to enjoy this kind of thing together if you were able to do it.
Yeah, and you get to work together as a team as you usually would. It's that garage environment, isn't it, that you are able to replicate, and I think it's a very good idea to actually do that. Whether it gives you an advantage or not, I'm not so sure, but I think definitely there's nothing bad about doing it. There can only be positives, because you can react very quickly to problems, and rather than just having one team around trying to figure out a problem, if the other 3 cars are all running safely, then you've got 4 teams all around trying to help fix problems. Now, I did go over to Race Control. They are currently looking at the number 94 car and what happened there. They had a big crash, obviously coming through the end of the Porsche curves, lost a wheel, got stuck in the gravel. Now, what I'm seeing is that the 94 car is out of the race. I'm not going to say it with complete 100% confirmation, but it looks like the guys from Porsche are saying that their car is going to be DNF now due to damage. So that could be our 2nd car out of the race, unfortunately, which would be a real shame. And the number 99 team are experiencing a little bit of a problem as well, with one of their drivers losing internet and no other drivers awake ready to take over. So they're in a current situation of wondering what they were able to do. That was a small problem that Feed Racing were coming under. I think that they are okay now, but I think unfortunately Race Control were looking into it, and it didn't look like they were near making a decision, so I walked back to leave them. Eduardo Freitas and Dave Prescott currently looking into that, but sadly it looks like we may have gone from 49 cars to 48.
And that's a bit of a rookie error, really, because as you well know, having that reserve driver always is so important. So, well, whilst you've got one driver doing the driving, there is always another driver on standby, whether it be the Real Le Mans or any endurance race that I've done on a sim platform. ready to take over if the driver that's in the car has an issue. And we saw it earlier on. Of course, it's much easier during the day to do it, but with Simon Pagenaud having his issue with his rig, Juan Pablo Montoya was there to jump into the car instantly, and you need to have that reserve car. So yes, it does mean that perhaps you don't get as much rest in the middle of the night, but it's so important. You can't use everybody else's asleep as an excuse for missing hours of the race.
Yeah, it was just simply that they weren't able to get hold of any of the other drivers, and
presumably asleep.
No one's picking up. Basically, no one's picking up the phone, and I believe they're wondering if they can just keep going with Pettit in the car. So yes, that's something we're going to keep an eye on most definitely for the next few minutes, and any updates we get on the 94 I will bring to you as well. But other than that, everyone looks to be getting round safely so far. But this, Ben, is what nighttime at Le Mans does to you. It takes prisoners, and it looks like it's taken 2 already.
Ben Pearce on hashtag Le Mans 24 Virtual asks, what can you do to keep yourself awake during the night and the night hours of the race? Well, it's a weird one, Ben. If you are there as a spectator enjoying the race, where then what I tend to do is actually I never tend to last the full 24 hours as a spectator because I've had too much fun during the evening of the race. The simple answer is, if you want to do the full 24 hours, drinking too much is not a good idea in the evening of Saturday night, which you obviously want to have a couple of beers and enjoy the concert, enjoy the fireworks, enjoy the incredible party atmosphere that is all around the circuit. It might be a massive circuit, but there are campsites and pockets of fans everywhere that you can enjoy. So don't drink too much beer if you're a spectator, and then you may well be able to last through. But you have to keep yourself moving, you have to keep yourself occupied, and of course, as commentators, we have to find the next story for you so we can keep our brains working, and that keeps us awake. As drivers, they will be absolutely buzzing. Whilst they're driving, they won't be thinking about going to sleep, they won't be thinking about being tired. There's far too much going on for them to even think about sleeping. It's only about 10 minutes after they get out of the car that they suddenly hit a wall, and bang, if they have not got enough adrenaline to keep them going, they will hit a wall and fall asleep. But a lot of the people, Alan McNish will tell us when he gets awake in the morning, a lot of drivers do not sleep throughout 24 hours because of the adrenaline, because there's so much going through your brain, your body. You're always thinking about it, and it takes a good couple of hours, and you have to be so disciplined with yourself. Chris, this is something you're going to have to do in a couple of hours' time. You're going to have to tell yourself, I need to sleep because my job is to be a commentator, and I need to be on form for the end of the race. And if I don't sleep, I shall not be on form.
Exactly right, and then I need to be awake again. That's another thing as well. Another question we're getting in is about working out the differences of performance between the cars. Now, there is a balance of performance in the GTE class, and Martin's talked a lot about this. One way that they were able to help make that balance of performance very equal, which works out the differences of the performance between the different manufacturer of car in that GT classes. What they went and did was said, well, Porsche drivers, you can jump in the Ferrari, you can jump in the Porsche, or you can jump in the Corvette. You can jump in any car you want and go, obviously, as fast as you can. And then everyone out on track, or everyone that's going to be in a different car, will be going as fast as you can. Because what sometimes could happen is, say you're the Ferrari team, you might tell your drivers, right, go a little bit slower, sandbag if you like, and when we get to the race, our balance of performance is going to be a little bit better.
This is a battle for fifth position on circuit, with Dominic Farber in the Jota team red line number 37, diving down the inside of the 2Cs Motorsports Abdullah Khalifa, and demoting the 2Cs Motorsport car down to 6th position. It's been coming for a while. Khalifa does not have the pace of his teammates and the car around him, and so Farber for Jota 37, a familiar number for Jota, move up into 5th spot. And hello to Sam Hignett if you are awake. I hope you are. I hope you're following your team minute by minute. Sam, a familiar and well-known and liked face in the Le Mans paddock, had much success for effectively a small private entry in the early days, and with more backing in LMP2 from various gentleman drivers, he's really made a name for himself with Jota, and a great partnership with Team Redline for this sim racing event. Jota's second car is the 38 car, and that's the first car one lap down, but now sits in 10th position, and slowly, as others have issues, moving up through the field more and more. This is the battle for 8th position in GT. Petit versus Dennis Olsen. Feed Racing versus Team Project One in that purple machine. We're on board with Feed Racing. And the familiar sound of the Corvette C7R rumbling down the Mulsanne, where the LMP2's blasting past. Not quite close enough to make that move happen there. Lost a little bit of time trying to make the move happen through the first chicane. As we were talking about a little bit earlier on, choosing your overtaking point is particularly important, just simply because you don't want to lose too much time. If you try and do a half-ass move, that isn't really going to work. So you have to be intelligent about where you pass, especially in these GT battles when the cars are so familiar and are so equally matched. Corvette running just about held onto the car. I was about to say running very fast at the apex. It was a bit too fast.
Yeah, clearly it was, wasn't it? Just taking way too much speed into the apex there at Mulsanne. But you're right about those moves. You know, when you make that move, you've got to be committed. So don't show your nose too early. Don't try and make a move and then back out of it. Once you get yourself in a position to make that pass, do it first time and then immediately try and pull a gap. So I'm sure we're going to see a move coming shortly here from the number 99 Feed Racing car on Olsen in that Team Project One car, as they now come into the slowest corner on the circuit at Arnage, and you can really hear the engine of the Corvette powering us out of the corner there. And myself and Martin were actually talking about the best sounding cars from Le Mans. My personal favourite, I've only been once, that was last year, was the Porsche. From the times you have been, Ben, what's been your favourite?
Well, from the times I've been there, it was the V12 powered Aston Martin LMP1 machine that was not particularly competitive but sounded awesome. Sam Hancock drove the car, who I've had the pleasure to work with over the years at Le Mans. That was, of my time, the best sounding car, but every chance that I've had to hear the Mazda, the rotary engine Mazda, that you literally could hear run around the whole circuit, such as the noise and the volume and the intensity of that car. I think most Le Mans fans will say that was the machine for them. And actually, there's a fantastic photo. My father, for many years, was pit reporter for Radio Le Mans, and especially in the days where it was owned by Haymarket and part of the Autosport magazine kind of franchise. There's a photo of him asleep on the barriers with the Mazda blurred coming past him. He's very good at sleeping.
Clearly.
And an amazing photo. It should be framed in the house somewhere, but I've seen it a few times online. They were actually sponsored by Durex. The radio station was sponsored by Durex that year, and the T-shirt still exists at home. He's managed to keep that one, of all the things that he keeps. But it's a great photo, and that Mazda just sounds amazing. Johnny Herbert doing a couple of demonstration laps a few years ago. As we ride on board with the FARB All-in Sports car, Fernando Alonso's machine, who's aboard that car right now. I think Rubens Barrichello was. He still is. So Rubens, of course, from racing over in the northern hemisphere, but over in America, he's not racing in the middle of the night. They're using these time zones very well. When we spoke to Rubens, it was probably early morning for him. That was a good 5-6 hours ago. And we do have Signature Alpine stopped. Yeah, we saw Signature Alpine stopped in the garage a few moments ago, and there's lots of discussion happening in our studio about exactly what's going on there. There could be various technical issues by the looks of things. And again, that Corvette picking up a good slipstream from the Project One Porsche, but catching in the wrong place and not being able to find a way through. So we were looking at Rubens Barrichello. Yes, so he's in Sao Paulo, so it's not the middle of the night for him. And they've got a driver in Norway, a driver in Finland, and then Rubens in Sao Paulo and Fernando Alonso in Lugano. So they can play around with the time zones a little bit there to make sure everyone's not, you don't have to have people driving in the middle of their night and everyone gets a decent amount of sleep. Fernando Alonso tucked up in his bed in Switzerland, and Sao Paulo is where it's all happening for Rubens Barrichello right now. Now, we had some other questions. One for you, Chris. Paul Bogmer. Bogmer says on hashtag LeMans24 virtual, how come we're not seeing any yellow flags? I know there's no danger, but it would mix up the field if we had safety cars after crashes. I think that's the thing, isn't it? You don't need to have safety cars because a safety car is there to neutralise the field, to make the track safe, so that marshals can do their thing with repairing barriers and extracting drivers out the car. It's not necessary in sim racing, therefore a safety car is not necessary.
No, I don't think so. In the virtual world, we can escape that problem of the safety car having to come out all of the time. And as you said, that's because of things like the barriers not having to be repaired. But believe me, if there's an incident, drivers will be seeing a yellow flag on their dash. They will be seeing that they do have to take care during that sector. So that's something they will be aware of. It might not be something that we are seeing all the time, but believe me, that doesn't mean that it is not happening. And the less safety cars we can get in Le Mans, the better, I think. Yeah. We had to get one earlier because of the red flag incident we have. But other than that, I would never really expect to see one.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eduardo Freitas, the real race director of the WEC and Le Mans, was kind of struggling with this philosophy. We do have a safety car. We've got a rig set up for the safety car, so we can put one out at any time. And I said to Eduardo, will you be using that? And he's kind of struggling in his brain to say, well, is there a necessity for it? Yes, if there's a big crash, maybe it feels right to put the safety car out. But at the same time, nobody likes a safety car, really. Us as fans enjoy bringing the field back together, compressing it, like they do, obviously, a lot in American racing. But the drivers don't like it because they've worked so hard for these gaps. They're a couple of tenths faster than the next guy. So a lap after lap after lap, they're a couple of tenths faster. They build up a 12-second advantage, which has taken them an hour and a half to do. The safety car comes out and nullifies it totally, and it feels so frustrating. So from a driver's perspective, they are much happier having a real result coming from their efforts rather than every 2 or 3 hours getting a safety car to compress the field. But I do agree that sometimes from a fan point of view, it does add a spice.
Yeah, I mean, particularly if we're going into the final hour and, maybe we have 5 or 6 cars on the lead lap, and then we see a safety car and all of a sudden there is less than a second between the top 5. That's going to be very exciting. There's no doubt about that. And there's no reason, if we're to have a red flag incident and we have a couple of cars on the lead lap later in the race, then that's going to happen. And everyone loves that close end. Everyone wants to see a battle for the lead all the way to the last corner of the last lap. But that's never always going to happen in racing, and that's why when it does, we appreciate it as much as we do.
A key question regarding weather, lots of questions about the weather. Is weather simulated in this platform as we see the leader coming into the pits for a routine pit stop? Is weather replicated? How does it work? Is it based on real-world data, or is it programmable in this platform? You can have weather. We've had some test races in the rain.
Yes, we have, and all I can tell you is on R Factor 2, the weather, driving in the rain is very, very difficult. when we had our test race, we saw a lot of the professional drivers out there in the wet, and there was a lot of drivers spinning all the time, and that is no surprise. It is like driving on ice at times. You have to drive at 80% maximum, Lewis was saying to me, around the Le Mans circuit in the wet, and if you go just a tiny bit offline, then you're going to spin. And so it is a really, really difficult challenge, even for the best of the sim drivers, to negotiate the wet weather on our Factor 2 around Le Mans. And when you have the professional drivers who don't drive in the rigs very often, and they're used to dealing with the rain as they usually would out on circuit, it's going to feel very different. So yes, there is wet weather. Yes, of course, it could happen during the race. It's not quite, I'd say, replicated in the sense of when the drivers are out there on circuit at Le Mans, it will probably feel a little bit different, but I'd say it's actually more difficult, so I don't think that's something fans would complain about.
And is it able to kind of replicate what we would see at Le Mans? So could you say, take the weather from, I don't know, your favourite weather forecast app, program it in, so if it rains at Le Mans, it rains in the game?
I've seen that done before. Yeah. I can't say if I've seen that done exactly on R Factor 2, but I have seen that done in virtual races where they've said whatever's going to happen in that part of the world is going to happen in this race, or say, you know, the Interlagos track, for example, whatever happens there for the next 6 hours, that's what's going to happen in our race. So yes, that is something that does happen.
But it's not something that's happening in this race. We do have control. No. We have control of the weather. Yes, we are kings.
We do.
We have control of the virtual weather in this race, and it could rain. I'm not saying it's not going to rain, but if it did, it would be a huge struggle for everyone. And we would rather... We have amazingly seen complete dry races at Le Mans. Le Mans is very well known for throwing up weird weather, such as the shape of the circuit. You can have rain at one part and not at the other, and it's a very flat part of France as well, so the rain rolls in and we have huge thunderstorms, spectacular thunderstorms. When it rains, it does rain hard, but I don't think we're going to have any dodgy weather on this particular race, hopefully, but who knows? On board with Rubens Barrichello over the curbs at the Ford chicane. The pit stop cycle coming in, and we're about to click into 200 laps here at Le Mans with just over 11 hours remaining of this very first 24-hour Le Mans virtual. Good question has just come in as well. Where has it gone? I've lost it now. Damn, but thank you very much for whoever asked. Is there any talk of this becoming a annual event? Now, the first and easiest answer is you'll never see anything like this again. This is the weekend of Le Mans. Normally, hopefully, we will be racing for real at Le Mans for the foreseeable future on this weekend. And because of the busyness of all of these drivers with the contracts that they might have, you know, we've got 5 present Formula 1 drivers in this field. No way would you get them doing a sim race on their weekend off, although Max Verstappen is known to be doing that. Certainly we saw him at the start of the year doing 24-hour races, him and Lando Norris. But a lot of these drivers I don't think would commit in the way that they have done, because of the practice also involved, if they had a real world program going on. So it's never going to happen in June, and it's probably never going to happen with the field that we have today. But it certainly, I think, could happen, and we've heard rumours, and this is exactly the kind of thing we like in the middle of the night to say. There was a kind of a chat with the boss of WEC organisation, Gerard Neveu, that he would like to see something of this nature happening in the off-season. Now, of course, there is one problem with that, and we didn't get into the discussion, but WEC's off-season has been the summer.
Yes.
Because they have been running this alternate calendar that starts in kind of September time and runs through to Le Mans, and Le Mans being the double points last round. But because of the pandemic, it's going to be a bit of a switcheroo now, and the championship isn't going to end, I think, until next year at some point. And it's going to combine a second Le Mans into the championship series. So they're still going to get all of their races, and it's effectively going to place the championship back into the rhythm of conventional championships by starting at the start of the year and ending at the end of the year. So, okay, we could be going back to that, but if he does decide to switch back to the idea of having a season that is offset, then his off-season's the summer, and that's just not going to work. So who knows? That was a battle. That was a change for position, by the way, for 5th position. And that was our... I was about to say it's the 33 car, but it isn't the 33 car. It's the 3 car losing a position to 31. So Thibaut Casabon in the Panis car, that's why it's blue, has just got past Isaac Price in the Rebellion Williams Esports car. Isaac, a very likeable Brit for the Williams team, has represented Williams in the F1 Esports series, was their 3rd driver for last season's competition. But one of those drivers that is able to adapt to all these different platforms. And Chris, it is so important to emphasise that a guy who is fast on especially the F1 Esports platform doesn't guarantee that he's going to be fast on R-Factor 2 or even iRacing.
No, because you can drive the F1 Esports with a controller, with just a simple controller as you usually would, because the F1 game can be played on a controller now. A lot of the drivers in that will most likely use a rig, which they will then switch over to get their PC all set up so that they can play something like R-Factor 2 or other platforms out there. But it's a completely different feel. You know, the F1 Esports is the F1 game. Sorry, is going to feel very different to being in R-Factor 2, let alone what car you go in, because the physics of the game are just going to be completely different to something like F1. I'd say it's a little bit of a step up from something like F1 Gran Turismo 4. So that's going to be your almost bottom level of sim racing, and then you get to R-Factor 2, which is probably the highest, amongst the highest level you can get in sim racing. And then there's R-Factor Pro, which is something all the teams will use, and that's something that us people will never be able to have a go in unless we are lucky enough to go to a Formula 1 team one day.
And it's all about how the marketing team, how the design of the game is being focused to a particular audience. So F1 want their game to be as accessible to the general public as possible, so it can sell as many copies. R-Factor 2, as for me probably the purest driving form, comes from R-Factor Pro, as you say, and R-Factor Pro is designed for teams to do testing before they go into the real world. So it's all about how this platform feels, and it isn't easy to drive a racing car. No. It is not like Gran Turismo where you could just jump on and drive with a pad and still be fast. If you wanted to jump into R-Factor 2, you will need hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours to get to the performance that we're seeing in this game. And that is why there's been so much commitment from all of our pro drivers and our sim drivers to do what they are doing here today. R-Factor 2, iRacing, and of course the Competizione, they are all focused on the people who want to feel like they are racing in a real-world car. They are okay with the fact that they may not be very good initially. They are okay with the fact that they will need to learn a lot. And the platforms themselves and the designers of the games are okay that they will not attract the mass audience. They will not sell the numbers that a Gran Turismo or an F1 game will sell. But they are proud of the fact that they replicate the real world. So it's all about that sim versus sim cage debate and what's the most realistic of all the sims. Certainly there is a sliding scale, and F1 Esports, apparently, by the way, F1 2020 feels a lot better because of the feedback, because of all these races that we've been doing. They've managed to work really hard with some of the drivers like Charles Leclerc and George Russell to get some feedback from the drivers and to try and make it feel as the F1 cars would feel without taking away from that accessibility. So we wait to see exactly if and how they've managed to do that. But certainly when it comes to R-Factor 2, when it comes to ACC, and when it comes to iRacing, they are sims. well, they would like to call themselves sims, then you can nitpick. Then you can start going, well, actually, the tyre model in iRacing is absolutely awful. By the way, it's got better. Anyone who's out there watching, thank you very much for the latest update. You can actually drive without falling off after one lap. R-Factor 2, though, their tyre model is absolutely nailed, and I think everybody out there will say that this really does feel like the real world.
And that just sums everything up for you, because no one has debate between, say, F1, Gran Turismo about tyre models. Just taking that as an example. So there you go. That is why there you have the sim cage, if you like, and then you have the sims as well, because there is a lot more to them. There are a lot more complex, and there's a lot more work that goes into making them feel like you are driving a real racing car.
Stefano Busco asks, since these races are scattered around the globe, how big of an issue is latency when reaction time is absolutely key? And it is something that I've experienced on another platform, but I have to say, generally, if a car has a bad connection, you can see it on the game, we can see it, and you can see how the car suddenly is moving around in an odd fashion. We haven't seen one car jump around. We haven't seen one car disappear and reappear from internet connection issues. So it seems like they've done a really good job here, despite the fact that we've got people from around the globe.
Trust me, those test races that we did, and it's something that no one would have been able to see, but in those test races, that is exactly what the guys were putting to the test, to say that word again. You know, it was to see when we have all these drivers tuning in from all around the globe, and during those races they were having driver swaps and pit stops as well. That's exactly what they wanted to test out, to see whether all the drivers could still get round without any issues, without any latency issues, as you said. And then they would go and test things like server crashes, just so they they had an exact procedure as the World Endurance Championship had this attention to detail of what exactly would happen if we have a red flag situation like we had earlier.
And it's so important for those of you tuning in who may not necessarily have that experience of a car around you that has a bad internet connection. Effectively what you see is that car reappear and appear and act weirdly, and you don't necessarily know or trust exactly where that car is. So then it's incredibly impossible to race it, because you don't know where to put yourself in comparison to them, because they are all over the place. So it's unfair on the competitors around you if you are a driver that comes in with a poor internet connection and tries to compete, because you then can't run wheel to wheel like you would, and it's incredibly off-putting to see a car jumping around and disappearing and reappearing again.
It's like trying to overtake a car down a country road, isn't it? You just don't know when you're going to be able to when you're going to be able to go past, and when you do, if it's going to be safe to do so. So yes, it is really difficult when that happens, and then when you do go for a move, there might be a split second where you don't even know where that car is or see it. So having that problem is a real issue. So far, I think things have been okay. We have had a couple of slow down issues, unfortunately, which have caused one or two incidents. But again, they are very rare problems that have come up in this race so far, and on R-Factor 2 in general.
Yeah, if you've watched like the Supercar series, especially the early races there, you saw cars completely disappearing, reappearing, and incredibly off-putting. But amazing job from the guys at Motorsport Games to have created such a smooth viewing platform that we are watching, but also for the drivers, an amazing place for them to compete. And yes, there are always going to be issues, there are always going to be bugs. That is Le Mans, that is sim racing in general, but that is also Le Mans. You cannot always have a smooth race, and if your rig has an issue, if your computer has an issue, if you have a connectivity issue, that is the same as having a gearbox issue, a suspension problem, a problem with your tyres at the real Le Mans. And, you know, certainly tyres, everyone has the same tyres, they all come from the same place generally, although we do tend to have more than one manufacturer of tyres at the real Le Mans. And one tyre that you put on could have a defect to another tyre that you don't put on. That is luck of the game, and unfortunately that is racing. it isn't fair sometimes, but that is how it is. So for those issues that we've been seeing on this platform, we take away so many issues that are in the real world, but we add new ones. And so we've just got to get used to that a little bit and try not to moan too much about it. We're watching, by the way, the car in 8th position. This is Casabon in the Panis Racing AAA car. He is catching, and has been catching, Pierre Gasly for the last couple of laps. Gasly racing in the Veloce Esports 1 machine that he's sharing with Jean-Eric Verne. In fact, he's sharing the rig. So somewhere in Paris, those two are in the same place. Presumably, Jean-Eric is asleep whilst Pierre is doing the night stints. They've got Jarno Opmeer, who was an F1 Esports driver for Renault. I'm not sure he still is now. And Isaac Gillianson, the two Dutch drivers. And Veloce Esports 1 is now the leading Veloce Esports car. But looks as though, to me, Pierre Gasly may lose the position here. He did a really, really good job early on in the race to get himself past quite a few cars, but it does look as though his pace and everybody's pace is just a little off. You know, it's the weather conditions will have changed, the track will be cooler, the vision is more tricky in the night. I still stand by the fact that driving at night in sim racing is harder than driving at night in the real world. There does seem to be just less light. And Pierre Gasly probably getting one of his first experiences of a 24-hour race and night driving. I know a lot of drivers back in their early careers like to do 24-hour kart races. Certainly if there's charity kart races on offer, they get involved with that. But there's not so many opportunities for young drivers to race in 24-hour races on their way up through the single-seater ranks, especially to Formula One. So that's been Pierre Gasly's focus over in his career. And I would assume, therefore, this would be his first opportunity to do a 24-hour race and to race at night. Slipstream effect is really, really prevalent in the LMP2 category. And Casabon pulling up to the tail of Pierre Gasly, but no place to overtake into Indianapolis. Gasly just missing the curb slightly on the entrance to Arnage there. And now the sprint towards the Porsche curves. Tristan Vautier and Nicolas Jamin, with Hani Al-Sabti sharing with Thibaut Casabon, the sim racing expert. And again, amazing to see a Formula One driver with, to be fair, limited sim racing experience already being able to pace himself against the very best in the sim racing world. He's doing a very, very good job here to stay ahead. May not quite have the pace, but it's only a fraction of a tenth of a second here and there. And ahead of Pierre Gasly in 6th spot is the 2C's Motorsport car that has Rory McDuff now aboard. So we should see that car start to go back up our timing screens rather than dropping down as it was in the hands of Al Khalifa. And Khalifa was in the car for a long time. I would have thought he's probably now done nearly all of his 4 hours compulsory. We may not see him race again. And that means that 2C's Motorsport car now has competitive drivers all the way through, with Oliver Rowland starting that car as the real world driver, but incredibly fast in the sim, even after just 6 weeks of experience. Rory McDuff and Devin Browner. Devin Browner was the guy who was actually leading the race before our safety car, our red flag that happened a few hours ago. Pit stops coming. Well, actually, I was saying pit stops coming in. The Colles car in the pits. Esteban Guerri in pit lane right now from 2nd spot, but he's slightly off sequence, Chris, to the rest, because we were kind of seeing pit stops kind of every 10 laps from lap 200, but it's lap 204 now, and Guerri in pit lane.
Yeah, so like you said, he's. I don't know if that's something were a problem or perhaps, but he's definitely gone off sequence somewhere. And we did have people actually saying online that he was on an alternate strategy, perhaps, by what he was doing. So in a way, no surprise to see that he has come in at a different time to everyone else, but that wasn't a bad in-lap at all, was it? Purple Sector 1. And then I think that was a couple of personal bests as well through the second and the third. So he definitely came into the pits very quickly, did Guerrieri in that bi-coloured car. Speaking of pit stops, I'm sorry when I went for my fuel stop to get a coffee that I didn't bring you back one. But
that's right.
The machine, it ran out, and like many things I couldn't figure out, like many things in life, I couldn't figure out how to fix it. So when you go for your next one, I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Coffee machines, especially when they've got instructions in other languages, are an absolute disaster. A couple of guys asking what cars do we have officially retired. In the GT category, Patrick Pilet had an off in the Porsche, and they've decided to retire the 94 car. Atzi Kirchhoff in the 20 Team Redline car that he shared with Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, sadly retiring just before I got back onto stint. The Signatech Alpine car has been in the pits a long time. I know, and I've seen down here in our studio, they've been trying to fix it. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with Signatech Alpine, but they've been in the pits a long time. Not necessarily yet an official retirement, but sadly the Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina car that we saw going off track and making contact is an official retirement. Here we ride on board with Esteban Guerrieri, who's come back out of the pits on the 4 car, back into 3rd position, and the gap to his nearest competitor, Augusto Canapino, is about 55 seconds. So big gaps between our leading competitors. Cuba Brzezinski leading in the 1, Canapino is in the 13, Rebellion Williams Esports 1-2, Isaac Price 4th for Rebellion Esports, and Esteban Guerrieri therefore in the pole leading car sits in 3rd position, upsetting what would be a 1-2-3 for Rebellion Williams Esports, and a brilliant marriage. We talked about the different approach to this race. We've got some teams going it alone, like Toyota Gazoo Racing, like Team Penske, without the help of sim teams. We've got sim teams out there on their own, such as Team Redline, such as Veloce Esports, and then we've got the marriage of the two, which, Chris, that's kind of my preference, to see the joining of these two teams. Plenty of them, Jota with Team Redline and Rebellion with Williams Esports. Porsche doing it unofficially because Coanda are there, but they're not in the name as such. But we do know that there's a huge amount of help going from Coanda to Porsche. It's cool to see these two worlds truly mix up.
Yeah, because there are big teams in esports as well who will just work like the professional teams do, with engineers, with team managers, and then with contracted drivers as well, who are sometimes they're earning a few quid as well by being with that team. So it works exactly the same in sim racing. There will be slight differences here or there, but they are teams in sim racing and esports who will go out and pick up and spot drivers in championships and then sign them to that team, and then they will go out and help them enter different championships. And again, when this event got announced, you can just imagine all the Williams drivers would have wanted to be involved, but Williams have drivers who are R-Factor 2 specialists, and they're the guys that they would have pulled in for this event. Of course, a couple of their drivers actually were part of their winning team at the LeMans Esports Series Autosport Invitational back in January. But we have the best of the best esports teams involved in this race. And then we have the best of the best manufacturers and teams from the FIA World Endurance Championship as well. And when you marry those two together, you get a very strong force, and you get 4 very strong drivers in each car. And that was a fantastic battle. And I actually had that question come through on Twitter earlier, asking if what has been the biggest surprise about the race, or has there been any? Has it been, the cars, the teams, the drivers, the moves? I'd say, in a way, I haven't been surprised at all, because when you look at the entry list, all we were expecting to see is a fierce battle. We're expecting to see very close racing, which we have seen. As it's Le Mans, you're expecting to see some incidents as well. You're expecting to see 1 or 2 unfortunate retirees. But overall, you're expecting to see very fast drivers putting in some very fast laps around the Circuit de la Sarthe. And it has just been a privilege, Ben, to sit alongside yourself, Martin and Lewis as well, and be able to witness this event.
And this is very much a unique race. When I heard about it the very first time and it was announced, it was one of those things, Chris, I'm sure you feel the same, you needed to be involved because, as we've already mentioned, this is probably never going to happen again. This is a moment in history for the WEC organization and a little bit the ACO to have a fully legitimate Le Mans 24 Hours on in a virtual platform with the support of WEC and ACO, the ability to put together these dream lineups that unfortunately us in the sim world, we wouldn't have the contacts to be able to put together a team of Rubens Barrichello and Fernando Alonso. Now they're in it, now they know how to do it. We probably will see them appear in other championships, in other 24-hour races. I think Rubens Barrichello said that they'll be doing a 24-hour race on iRacing next weekend. So they are now in it. But to introduce so many people to each other, with Rebellion and Williams Esports working together, with drivers from the sim world being able to work with drivers from the wheel world, that would not happen without the power of WEC and the power of ACO and the name of Le Mans. Having 5 Formula 1 drivers is unique, and so that is what this event has put together, that has brought together. It is a one-off, it's not part of a championship, and it is very much a one-off, because I'm sure we will never ever see anything like this again, because we're in such a unique situation with having no real motorsport running, although actually there is a 24-hour race running this weekend over in Portimao, and great to see that motorsport is getting it going again, and we look forward to seeing the real world motorsport season kicking off soon. In Europe, we've obviously got NASCAR and IndyCar already kicking off over in the US, but of course, being a domestic championship, much easier to manage the kind of the international travel than being a championship of the world and needing to get everybody across borders through airports and stuff like that. Formula One will be flying everybody from Biggin Hill. They've got the ability to, they've got charter flights that are able to fly the majority of people self-contained from Biggin Hill out to all these races, and so that's the way they're going to be doing it, making sure total control rather than allowing the teams to go through commercial airports and potentially picking up things. They're controlling it by getting everybody on the plane, and only really Formula One have that ability to do it. Remember, Bernie Eccleston actually owns Biggin Hill Airport and owns a couple of planes that he always got his team out to the races on due to cost, but now it's very much due to health as well. Very interesting, the kind of the structure as to how that they'll go back into real world racing. But just wanted to just shout out to Jake Sperry, who's a very opinionated man when it comes to sim racing. I was not bashing other platforms, I was simply explaining how connectivity issues look. And we saw actually Max Verstappen, I was asleep at the time, and that's why I didn't see Max Verstappen having connectivity issues and moving around and jumping around the screen, but he apparently did have a few issues earlier on.
So we had a couple of slow, Lewis and other people off would refer to as a slowdown, where essentially what happens is, as you're driving on screen, your car is going to look like it is standing still, but on the game you are still moving, and then when the game on your end picks up again, the car, say you're just come out of the second Mulsanne chicane and then you're halfway further down the straight again, your car is going to jump back to where you were paused from. So that is a car traveling very quickly, 100 meters, for example, and if there's a car behind, it causes a big accident. We did see that twice in this race, unfortunately. It is very dangerous. It can cause very big accidents. I say very dangerous, no one is going to get physically injured, but it's very dangerous in terms of taking people out and the size of the incident that it can cause. So we've had a couple of those slowdowns, unfortunately. One just before I came back on, and then a couple while I've been here as well, unfortunately. So yes, that has happened, but look, this is a huge event. There's always going to be one or two, a couple of little connectivity issues on our way, but I'd say so far overall as a race, there would have been a lot of people out there, Ben, as you well know, that would have been almost sat there with their fingers crossed, hoping that the whole thing was going to fall apart on the first lap. Sorry to say that's not happened.
Unfortunately, the sim racing world seems to really want to be able to bitch about each other, don't they? They just love this idea that their preferred platform is better than the others, and therefore all the others will fall apart, and theirs is always the best. I am not of that opinion. I know Jimmy had a great chat with Jimmy Broadbent about this on my chat show last week. I love all sim racing, and I recognise that there are plus points and minus points on every one of the platforms that exists. We talked about tyre models, and my favourite tyre model being an R-Factor tyre model. It feels right to me in a way that others don't. I think that the multiplayer facet of iRacing makes it, and I was talking to, I think, was it talking to you or Lewis about in the green room about this, the ability to simply jump in to a multiplayer game with players that I've never met from around the world. I don't really know too much about leagues. I don't have, obviously I'm in one league, but I don't have the knowledge to be able to get into racing, and it's not as easy in R-Factor 2 to get into racing online than it is on iRacing. So that's the best thing about iRacing, is you can jump in, and at any point there's about 10,000 people online, and you can go racing. You might never know who they are, you may not have to speak to them, you may speak to them and become friends with them, invite them to the league that you run in. So that's the community aspect of iRacing is wonderful. And then ACC has the most amazing graphics, the most beautiful weather transitions, and the immersion, I believe, in iRacing, in ACC is fantastic. So they all have different plus points. If, as we said with Jimmy, we could put them all together and have the ultimate sim, then that would be brilliant. But unfortunately, there is obviously competitive advantages through different ones. And there you go. And the Motorsport Games and the ACO chose this particular platform to run the 24 hours with, and had, I'm sure, analysed all the pluses and minuses of all of the different platforms. We've seen so many real-world championships run on iRacing. Obviously, the race All-Star Battle runs on R-Factors. We've got an LMP2 facing the wrong direction there, and SRO run on the ACC platform. So they've all got their big high-profile events. At the end of the day, it is racing in the virtual world, trying to be as realistic as possible, and I think that's great regardless of what platform it is, and I'm not going to get sucked into being told that I'm bitching about one and not about the other.
Well, look, I was going to say, you know, like you've said a couple of times just recently there, that we're never going to get this event again, because we're not going to get all of these drivers free to do this event. We're never going to be, hopefully, never in this situation again around the world. Forever now, the esports community will probably debate what would have happened if we did this on iRacing, what would have happened if we did this on ACC. What I say to everyone in the sim racing community is this: we have never had this many eyes on our community from around the world. Everyone in motorsport, and not just people involved in motorsport, but people around the world. This is being broadcast on TV all around the globe. So there is so many people that have tuned in to this event. And in motorsport, sim racing and esports is all everyone is talking about. So just enjoy that. Enjoy the fact that esports is the most talked about thing within the motorsport community right now, and what we have to do is show esports in a good way. The last thing we want to do is create a bad atmosphere around this event within the esports community, and then deflect people away from esports in general, because it's such a fantastic opportunity that sim racing has, and off the back of this, Ben, more people are going to be getting involved in sim racing than there has ever been. And we have to welcome all of those new people to our community with open arms. And from that, it's only going to grow even more. So I just think that people in sim racing need to remember that this is a huge opportunity. It's 20 years in the making. We all know that. And everyone that's put in the hard work to get here should sit here, watch this 24-hour race, with a drink, and really, really enjoy it. And after this, the grids are going to be even more stacked than they already were. Everybody
is benefiting. I spoke to the project director of, the development director of R-Factor 2 from Studio 397, and the numbers of downloads from all of the different platforms have grown exponentially due to the pandemic. So in an unfortunate way, sim racing has hugely benefited. I don't think anybody has a steering wheel and pedal set that you can just buy off the shelf today.
No.
Fanatec have a lead time of 3 or 4 weeks. I know some of the rigs are taking 2 months before you get delivered now. So supply and demand is completely changed, and something like Fanatec. It's a niche. It's a niche company for a niche sector of online competition. Actually, in terms of esports, sim racing's tiny, because you've got your Fortnite, your League of Legends. They've got hundreds of millions of downloads and hundreds of millions of pounds behind online competitions. So again, we're a niche environment in a much larger world online as well. But what I love to see is the real world learning from the virtual world, and with these guys working together, whether it be teams working together, whether it be broadcasters working together, being able to say, hey, look, this is how we do things in the real world. Maybe we could do that in the virtual world. I know that sometimes you commentate on some of the races from inside the game, and you're kind of having to be the director as well as the commentator. I have flatly refused to anybody who's asked me to do that. I said, no, because in the real world, we do it this way. You direct the pictures, and I will see those pictures and commentate on them. It allows me to focus on what I need to do as a speaker, and then you have a separate brain thinking about pictures. And so we bring the stories, we bring the learnings to each other, and I think everybody and the real world will benefit from so many lessons in the virtual world. Hey, why don't we do it like this? Because they do it in sim racing like this. Why can't we do it like that? I think that will happen a lot, and I can't wait to see how sim racing as a community responds and comes out the other side of this as a potentially much more professional environment than it even was before. And there was before the very heights of professionalism anyway, but with learnings from the real world, we all can make ourselves better. Pit stops are going to be filtering through again. So we're up to lap 209, 210. And that is where our leading cars will be pit stopping. Emily Jones, thank you very much for your support. One of the few people still awake at this time from Melbourne, Australia, and saying, I think that's an applause emoji. Yes, it is. And I think she likes what we're saying.
Oh, there we go. Glad to hear it, and thanks for staying. I'm maybe on reserve at the moment, but doing a fantastic job. They've been hit with a lot of problems, Rich and your team, but Sophia Flörsch out for them now. Great to see them still getting round, and just finishing this race is going to be a huge achievement.
And if you do want to know exactly what's gone in behind the scenes to this, obviously WEC as an organisation will be putting together a behind the scenes video. We've got a couple of behind the scenes cameras filming us with our masks on, which is not exactly very flattering. Caught me this morning with my mask trying to drink a coffee. Turns out that's quite difficult.
Yeah, I bet it is.
I think we saw it in the NASCAR, didn't we? Some guy taking a glug of water with his mask on and just pouring it down himself. We will be doing behind-the-scenes videos, but if you want some up-to-date stuff, I've been doing a little bit on my social media as well as the FIA WEC social media, and it'll give you a proper idea as to just what is going on. We've got a team over in race control at the moment. Well, there was 5 people in race control. It's gone down to 3 because they're working in stints as well.
Yeah.
So race control's got 3 people. We've got Motorsports Games who are giving us the TV feed right now. You'll notice that our feed is slightly different to it was in the day because we're not adding in the onboard cameras that we were during our daylight hours. We do have a TV truck that you may see on my Twitter feed. I posted a picture of it earlier. That truck was adding all of the extra razzmatazz, the onboard cameras, the extra graphics, the interviews, and so that's adding to what Motorsport Games are providing, which is these race pictures, effectively. So the director of Le Mans, the person who presses the button selecting cameras between one camera and the next, is directing us here in the daylight hours of Le Mans, but he doesn't have to choose the battles. He doesn't have to tell a cameraman to pan left, pan right. I think he feels a little bit frustrated that he doesn't have that control because directors are control freaks. But Motorsport Games is doing a fantastic job of providing us all of the battles, choosing the right pictures.
Oh!
Now, that was interesting. Look, he doesn't have a rear wing.
Well, that explains why he would have been helped into a spin.
He was helped, but by nobody. That was literally under power. The rear end got away from him. Now, who was that? Because I think
was that a Jota car, or was that that's the TDS car? That might have been. This is, I think, a Rebellion, isn't it? Coming into the pits, it is.
That's our lead car.
Yeah, this is Canapino.
Now, I really wish that I could find out exactly who that was. It'll come up on our timing screens once he's completed Sector 2. I'm slightly worried that it said 05 on the side pod, which would be our 5th place car. But it certainly isn't our 6th place car. Is that the car back in the pits now without a rear wing?
Yes,
it is.
That is. Who is that? That's the trick of LeMans, isn't it? Trying to spot the cars. That's a Richard Neal car.
Okay, so that's our female racers. We were talking about them having a few issues. Was it Sophia Flörsch though that just
I don't know. That it looked like another car to me. Unless we had 2 cars hitting problems.
Well, that was it would have been 25th position. So I did see a 5. So it could well have been. There we go. Thank you very much. The boys are listening and they're on form at 4 o'clock in the morning. It is the 37 car, and so that is Dominic Farber.
Yes, just having confirmation. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was Jota. You were right the first time.
Yeah.
Stick to your instincts, and unfortunately, that'll be a very long pit stop for Dominic Farber, and he's going to drop out of that lead lap. I would have thought by doing so. So I think that was the 37 was the lead Jota Team Redline car as well.
So the 38, that's Felix Rosenquist is in the other Team Redline car. They've not had a good day at the office, something that started really well for them, and 2 of their teams would have been labelled favourites for this event in the 38 and the 20. But so far, bad fortunes going around for all the Team Redline cars. Yeah,
and Rudy Van Buren updating me that they had driver change issues with that car. And so they lost a lap and a half at very early doors trying to get one driver out and putting one driver in. It explains why Antonio Felix da Costa, I think, did a quadruple stint at the start of the race. It wasn't planned, but he couldn't get out the car. They couldn't work out how to get him out the car. So he carried on doing the stints. And once they fixed it, Rudy Van Buren got in, but they wasted time by trying to fix it. That put them a lap down, and they haven't been able to get back on the lead lap. So even if we did have a safety car or a red flag situation, they would still be that lap down. And they really needed to, in these stints, get themselves at least ahead of the number 1 and number 13 car to then, if touch wood we don't, but if we have another red flag situation, they would suddenly be right back in it again. And it was one of my lineups, tip for the victory. Antonio Felix da Costa, super fast in the real world, in the virtual world. Felix Rosenquist was right at the front end of the IndyCar Challenge and did a bit of the All-Star Esports race on R Factor 2. Rudy Van Buren, world's fastest gamer, the best on R Factor 2. And then Kevin Siggy, who has recently taken victories on the Esports All-Star Battle.
And he won the Formula E race at home challenge as well.
For BMW.
And has won a test with that as well, hasn't he? That, for me, I agree with you. That was, if anyone, when people ask me, who do you think's going to win? It was Jota 38. Because I thought that team has just such a strong driver lineup, and I've commentated on Antonio Felix da Costa in other esports championships, and I've seen how quick Felix Rosenquist is, and he actually did an event over in Vegas, the Visa Vegas challenge back in 2013, and I think he got a podium there. Don't hold me to that, but I know he competed in that event a few years ago against some familiar faces, and I think it was won by Gregor Hutu, actually, and he finished second to him.
Was won by Bono Huis.
That was it, yeah, Bono Huis, yeah. Gregor, I think, may have been third. But,
and it was actually won on the track and by the millions of viewers that were watching by Pakala, I seem to remember. But Pakala managed to have his boost on throughout the whole race, whilst everybody else didn't. And therefore, once it was investigated, the check went to Bono. Because it was a huge prize pool. And we don't see massive prize pools. We don't see any money changing hands in real world. I think there's a couple of thousand for the Porsche Super Cup if you win that. But basically in motorsport, there is no monetary prize funds for winning other than in the American series where it's all part of the fun. Certainly European racing, no money changes hands. But in sim racing, there is prize pools. And the World Championship, for instance, on iRacing was funded by Porsche. 100,000 last year went to Joshua Rogers. He put that in a bank account, very sensible young man, and he's going to keep that for a rainy day. 200,000 for whoever wins it this year. Max Verstappen actually has entered that championship and has been competing in it. But can't remember actually who leads that championship now. I know Sebastian Job was doing very well. Really sad to not see those Red Bull esports boys in this, because they really would have been right at the front end. But prize pools are another thing that is a bone of contention. Everyone in sim racing wants to win something, and there are opportunities out there to be able to do so. But for this particular race, it's all about the pride. It's all about the honour of winning the Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual. And I'm sure there'll be relationships formed from everything that's happening, whether you win or you lose. Just a quick update, by the way. I just saw, thank you very much to Skankies on Twitter, who says number 37 got hit by the Penske, which is struggling with ping issues. And so that's the reason why it was missing its rear wing. And of course, then when it got up to speed going towards Indianapolis, it had no rear downforce and got spun into the wall. So very, very unlucky for Dominic Farber. And we were talking about ping issues a few moments ago. It's nothing that really the platforms can do about. And sometimes it's nothing that you could do about at home. I never understand. One day I've got great internet connection, everything's super settled. The next day it's jumping all over the place. And it's not necessarily your speed, is it? It's the consistency of the connection.
Yeah, it's been a problem for me with commentating at home as well. Trust me, it can be the most frustrating thing. I mean, these guys are all going to be wired in, of course. All of us involved in esports will know that, and I'm sure a lot of you at home would have had a good stab at a guess at that. Yeah, it is the speed, as you said, and with people coming in from so far around the world, there are going to be some drivers, the likes of Brendan Hartley, all the way from New Zealand, that may have a slightly lower ping than some of the other drivers out there. But it's unfortunately one of those things you just can't help. And the Prios, the Multimatic Sancho team, actually they had a problem with that right at the start, didn't they? And unfortunately, Andy Anser, that's two drivers in one rig who effectively both out at that time and couldn't do anything. They couldn't even, as two drivers, they can't get in the car. So then they had to turn to the likes of Mike Epps and co to jump in for them. So yeah, it's a frustrating thing, but it's like any mechanical problem in racing.
Exactly. It's like a tyre failure, it's like a gearbox failure, it's like a suspension failure. We don't have those things in this sim racing world. The cars can't randomly combust. They do tend to stick together. They do tend to stay together unless you do something which overheats the engine or damages a car by hitting a curb or by hitting a barrier. So in the real world, you can be driving along and suddenly you have a gearbox problem, a suspension problem that was no fault of your own. That doesn't happen here, but internet connection issues or sim rig issues, as we saw with Simon Pagenaud earlier, is something that happens. Just a quick update on our GT category as we continue to watch Fernando Alonso, who is now aboard his car. So that's interesting. Fernando decided to get up in the early hours of the morning to do a stint. 4 o'clock local time in Lugano. Arjan Guven leads for Porsche in the 93 car by just over 2 minutes ahead of the Romain Grosjean Corvette, which has been the best of the Corvettes throughout this race. They are 25 seconds ahead of Jeremy Bouteloup in the 92 Porsche Esports team car, and they are a minute ahead of Les Sorensen in the first of the Aston Martin. So the reason we're not seeing too much of them is the gaps are pretty large. Mitch de Jong over in America is running as the third of the Porsche Esports team cars, the 91 car, and he is Mitch is about 9 seconds off the back of Les Sorensen, so we may see a change there, but he is around a minute and 50 seconds ahead of Leo Hartog in the Dempsey Proton car, which was well up the field early doors, and in fact, is that the 90? That's the 93 car there, so that's our lead GT. And then 30 seconds between Hartog, 2 minutes between Hartog and Jan Magnussen in the first of the Works Corvettes. Dennis Olsen in Team Project 1 is then 30 seconds back from that. And then we tick over to 2 laps behind the leader, the Feed Racing car in the 99 car. Then the 63 Corvette, 45 seconds behind them. 9 seconds behind that is the first of the Ferraris, the 71 with Lorito aboard. Felipe Massa is in the Monegasque entered Stronger Together car with team manager Princess Charlene of Monaco. I like that. That's really cool. Second of the Ferraris, well, actually third of the Ferraris, because Massa is in a Ferrari. De Foucault in the 98 is in an Aston Martin. Then Robert Wickens is now aboard the 67 male racing team. That's the car that Jimmy Broadbent is racing. I can't wait when we get our full TV truck back up and running to see Robert Wickens running, because we've had the ability to watch him on the IMSA feed, and amazing how due to his injuries from that crash in Monaco in IndyCar, he doesn't have full use yet on strength of his legs, so he's using his one leg to do the accelerating, but he's using his arm to brake, and he's actually got what would be a handbrake normally to press on the brake with his hand and then fade off, which means to try and trail brake by basically braking into the corner, he is braking and turning one arm on one, so his muscles must be absolutely steaming by the end of a triple stint. He did a 90-minute race on Thursday evening in IMSA, and he'll be doing a similar stint here in the GT category. We only have a couple of retirees. Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina has retired, unfortunately, after an off. Patrick Pile in the 94 Porsche has retired. The Team Redline car is out of the race, sadly, the Lando Norris Max Verstappen car, but it looks to me as though everybody else is back up and running. So we had question marks over Signatech. They are not in the studio right now, but they are back up and running thanks to, he says, trying to find them, Andre Negrão over in Sao Paulo, who has taken over that car. They are well down. They're 43rd and mixing it with the GT cars. But that is a good look at exactly what's happening out there. Philippe Albuquerque has just got into the United Autosports car. The number 22 is down in 21st position. Alex Brundle's been doing a sterling job in that car over the last couple of hours.
Oh, well, whilst you're away, Ben, just want to go back to the Marlowe team. Rob Wickens has had a huge amount of problems so far in this race. Now, every time he's been trying to go out, he's been having his steering wheel stuck on 100% force feedback. Now, as you said, he's braking and turning, braking with one hand and turning in at the same time. Imagine trying to do that with 100% force feedback. So Rob Wickens hasn't actually done a huge amount of laps in this race so far, and it actually caught out everyone who was watching Jimmy Broadbent's live stream, because Rob Wickens quickly came back into the pits, and Jimmy Broadbent had to get himself ready again and back out into the car. So I hope this means that that's fixed, but that's definitely one to keep an eye on. If Rob Wickens is able to stay out here for a few more laps, I think that means they may have got that problem fixed. But don't forget, he's got to rack up at least 4 hours in that car before the end of the race. But yeah, I don't know if you've ever tried it on 100% force feedback with one hand.
And he's got a great rig too. He's got a direct drive, very strong steering wheel. So he will be experiencing 40-50 Newton meters of torque in that wheel. Ouch. Yeah, one-handed, one-wristed. That'll be a good workout for him. We did see, it's a very weird sensation when you don't have any feedback, as Simon Pagenaud had to do half a lap with no force feedback in his steering wheel. A very weird sensation. You could do it, but you don't have any feedback at all. It's like, it's very alien for your brain. One last question before you go, because it's time for your bedtime soon, which is very exciting.
Thanks, Dad.
Are there any restrictions on using VR as a driver? We've had a look during our daylight hours at some of the rigs, but we've not seen anybody with VR goggles on.
I don't believe there is any restriction. It's down to a personal choice, but I wouldn't imagine that people would be using VR, and this Lewis might be able to pick this up when he jumps on the mic, but I don't think that there are no restrictions to that. But you know, when you use those VR goggles, it can you can start seeing double after about 20 minutes of having those things on, and you can it can make you very dizzy. So I think I remember actually, speaking of Jimmy Broadbent, when he first used it, I think he almost wanted to be sick after doing just a a few laps in it. So yeah, I wouldn't imagine people using those, to be honest. But we've got cameras on all the drivers, so who knows if there anyone is out there that is using it. I'm sure we'll see it at some stage.
VR goggles allow you to be able to move your head like you would do in the real world and be able to look left and right. But I think, as you say, over a triple stint, I think it's just too much, and you will be feeling horrific, the motion sickness that you feel because as your body is static but everything is being rattled around you. You could do it for a 20-minute race, I reckon, maybe even a 45-minute stint, but I'm not sure hour after hour in a Le Mans race. I'm not sure it also benefits you enough because the close contact nature of a sprint race is very, very useful to have. We're not really in that position in it now. A spotter is good enough. Although, actually, we were talking a little bit earlier about the potential to use Crew Chief. Crew Chief, a third-party program that interacts with the sim, whether it be rFactor or whether it be other platforms like iRacing or ACC. It's built for all these different platforms, even Automobilista. And it's a very, very... what's the word? Lost the word. Very, very good. I'm going to use an easy one.
There we go. Yeah,
that's a good word. And it gives you loads and loads of information about what is happening. So you have a race engineer, which will give you lap times, fuel, and all that kind of stuff. And then you have another voice, which can be your spotter, telling you where the car is around the circuit. Now, definitely something that I would be using if I was racing in rFactor, because inherently rFactor doesn't have a spotter inside the game. But within the regulations, you're not allowed any third-party apps. So I don't know whether that counts as a third-party app. You have to have the basic download of rFactor 2 for the game, and whether that means you can't have Crew Chief, not sure, but it'd be a huge help for the proximity and understanding where cars are around you, especially to have it.
Yeah. Any assistance you can get, you'll want it, particularly in a race like this. You know, we can see we are deep into the night here in Paris, and in a couple of hours we're going to start to see the sun come up. But
you'll be in bed by that point.
Yes, of course, and I will be. Don't worry. But in the night, that's gonna really help. Having that around you, because it can be hard to see the LMP2s coming in from behind, and of course dealing with traffic as well. If there's multiple cars ahead of you, is going to be difficult as well.
Watching Fernando Alonso in his FA-RB All-in Sports machine, and after early issues, back out onto circuit, and with these cars falling to the wayside around him, that team is progressing up through our leaderboard. They are 22nd now. Brendan Hartley is back aboard the 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing. They are in 16th spot, and Kobayashi is in pit lane in the sister car, the number 7 machine, and potentially doing a driver change there. Pit stops starting to come in again midway through. This is normally when we see Baikole's pit, and indeed Esteban Guerri has just come out of pit lane again, off sequence in comparison to the rest of the field. So we won't know how that's going to really play out until we get much closer to the end of the race. But what it does allow when Guerri goes into the pits is it promotes the number 3 Rebellion Williams eSports car up a position. So we do see that Isaac Price manned car at the moment alternate between 3rd and 4th. But Brzezinski leads Romanidis by 58 seconds. So the gap's not changed there. But those two team cars, it's almost as dominant as Toyota have been the last couple of years at Le Mans. Sad to see some of our challengers, especially Team Redline, fall on the wayside. Because by losing Team Redline, we lose 2 of our Formula 1 drivers, Lando Norris and Max Verstappen, and we lose their entertainment of their streams as well. And I know they've been providing a lot of entertainment for you guys that have been able to watch the and watch more than one stream. We aren't able to do that here, so we kind of lack some of that information that you guys might have. But I would advise you, if you've got this open and you've got the ability to have a couple of other streams, go search Jimmy Broadbent's on YouTube, and I think he's doing the full 24 hours, so you've got the ability to see that. Charles Leclerc, when he gets in, he'll be probably on Twitch. There are loads of drivers doing their own perspectives, and it gives you an idea of just how intense it is for these drivers and how seriously everybody is taking it. It is fun, but it is incredibly serious, like no other sim race that we've seen.
You know, this is a highly competitive event. This isn't just something everyone is doing for fun. The likes of the Toyota Gazoo racing team, you know, they're doing this to have that team experience of racing in the 24-hour Le Mans, not just as drivers, but as engineers as well, and competing in that and working together as a team again to prepare for the start or for the restart of the season. But at the end of the day, I think after the 24 hours is finished, everyone will have hopefully enjoyed the experience, because it is a unique one and something we may never get again. So I'm pretty sure that's something all of the teams would have said to each other. Look, let's go out and try and do the best we can, but let's also soak up this atmosphere and, I say atmosphere, this virtual atmosphere, and enjoy the experience as well.
And of course, if you were with us at the very start of the race and you'll be able to watch again, I think the guys here at WEC did an absolutely incredible job to somehow bring the spirit of Le Mans, the expectation and excitement of the start of the race to your streams, your TV screens, kind of playing in last year's starting ceremony with the sim, with the national anthem. It was very impressive when we started lockdown, seeing how the real world dealt with putting together the virtual races. So we saw, for instance, IndyCar doing their Gentlemen Start Your Engines. We saw even the prayer that they do at the start of the race being incorporated into the broadcast. And you know, each time somebody came in, they came in with a new idea, they brought in a new philosophy and just kind of upped the level. So amazing now, kind of that we're hopefully at the other side of this pandemic, and certainly at the other end of our lockdown sim racing bonanza, if you like, with the real world's now building momentum and focus going back onto getting real world racing back underway. Le Mans have been able to look at what everybody else has done, gone, oh, I do like that studio setup of supercars, or I love the fact that they do the national anthem on IndyCar, and the seriousness of the way they do that is great. And I have to say, Gerard Neveu, the main man of WEC, was the person saying to us in a meeting a few weeks ago, I have been watching all of these things. I want to bring this into that. I want to bring that from this. And you know, he's made this very much a personal project to him to try and make this the spirit of Le Mans, but also the best that he could possibly do. And it's fantastic. And I think for many people out there, he has done a fantastic job. And yeah, certainly, it's just absolutely spellbinding. I never realised just how awesome this would be.
And as I come down pit lane, shall I say, and prepare to head back to the garage, what I will say is that build-up to the start of this broadcast, now I know how the drivers feel before the 24-hour of Le Mans, because we were all looking around at each other going, this atmosphere was absolutely amazing. It's been an amazing event to be part of so far. 10 hours left. Goodness knows what would have happened by the time I get back, but I'm going to leave it to yourself and Lewis, who is back from a kip now to take my place.
Chris McCarthy, thank you very much. We'll be hearing from Chris before the end of the race after a well-earned rest. A mammoth stint for Chris throughout the whole of the daylight hours and then into the night. And now Lewis McGlade back with us for the real graveyard shift. I thought mine was bad, but you've got a really bad one. Managed to have a bit of sleep, Lewis?
I had a couple of hours.
I don't know, you did go a couple of hours?
Did a couple. I went to bed and I was like, right, I'm going to go to sleep. Kind of lay there for about 20 minutes and you think, what's happened in the race? I've got to send, what's happening? You turn your phone and then that's it. There goes an hour. So I followed little bits. I think that was the Axel car going off at Mulsanne. It's a lot has changed since I left. I reopened my laptop for the first time with the top three very different. Very, very different. Somehow the Bicolis Burst Esports is almost back in this. And obviously the Rebellion Williams Esports well, it's a 1-2 at the moment.
Fleet.
Since Isaac Price has come into the pit lane, everything is very different than how I left it.
Yeah, absolutely. So most are still on the schedule of pit stops that you would expect. So pitting lap one. The next one due is 2:19, 2:20. But the Bike Collars car is out of sequence, and now we've got our strategy computer up. I can work out how. But I do apologise, by the way, to all of those of you, and I've seen Oriol Servia tweet about this. I do apologise with the kind of the lack of information we've been able to give you regarding kind of strategy and almost even names on the graphics here. Numbers, I know, are not necessarily enough, really, when we've got so many famous drivers and so many famous competitors. Unfortunately, those graphics also, at this point of the evening, are not manned. They're completely automatic. So I do apologise if you're struggling to follow exactly what's going on. I would point you to our live timing link, livetiming.alcamel.com/LeMans24, as our Richard Mille machine goes for a loop around Indianapolis. Interesting to hear that from Catherine Legg about the focus on working together as a team, because of course this car will be entered into the real world event in September, an all-female lineup, and Sophia Flörsch is aboard that car right now. So yes, if you want to follow a bit more, livetiming.alcamelsystems, Camel with a K, .com/LM24 virtual will help you understand who's in the car and the gaps involved as well. We can see the gaps on the left-hand side, but unfortunately it doesn't show us the drivers. It doesn't show the kind of the stint lengths. And we have all that data in the computer. It's just getting it out and getting it to your screens. But we'll do our best, and as we get closer to the end of the race, we will try and ramp up the battles that we know are happening, and I will do my best, and I know Lewis will as well, to try and keep you up to date with the movers and shakers. But to be honest, right now, as you can see with the gaps on the left-hand side, there are not many big battles happening on track. Possibly the closest one right now is for 11th position. Cornelius in the WRT car has Colapinto in the IDEC Sport machine just behind. But it all keeps changing because we're in the pit stop sequence right now.
Yeah, Alex Siebel for TDSC Racing Mosul in the pit lane. That's the number 46 car that's currently in 10th place, dropping down the order. And of course, you've got your battle in the. This is the one thing that I hadn't checked before I came back on air, was the what was happening in GTE. Still pretty close. 3 cars on the lead lap. 3 cars still fighting for position. Ferrari very much not a part of that anymore. Unfortunately, it's Porsche versus the Corvette of R8G Esports. That's Roman Grosjean's team. I believe they're working with, for the sim racing guys, a team called AAA Esports, which is the ones that's also working with Panis. They've got Risto Capet and Erhan Yovsky from the sim racing side of things. Of course, they had an incident with Catherine Legg earlier in the race, which caused issues. Obviously they seem to have repaired damage. I didn't get a message from Risto. I'm almost a little bit disappointed there. Han, if you're watching at the moment, pass that message on. Where's my information? This is the obviously in motorsport you can go down there and you can ask, hey, what's happening in the pit lane for you guys? Whereas in sim racing, you can still just get a message on Discord as we watch the E-Team WRT fly its way through the Porsche curves. The battle that you were talking about, just 1.7 seconds, or less than that now, from the IDEC Sport racing car as they race their way through traffic. And, well, you know what they say, the traffic giveth, traffic taketh away.
Brilliant. Just delving a little bit into why that Bike Collars car is off sequence, if you like. You may remember, if you were with us just after the yellow flag period, I know at that time I was still awake, Jesper Pedersen had done a double stint, and in his third stint had an issue with his steering wheel, that a mechanical failure by the looks of things for his steering wheel that sent him to the inside of karting and into the wall. That meant he came into the pits to repair the car, and also I think he got out the car and handed over to Tom Dillman. That was after just 5 laps of his stint. And so that then put them off sequence because Tom Tillman then did a 10-lap stint. And that is why they are 5 laps different to the rest of the field. Now, of course, we're so far away from the end of the race, we don't know how that's going to end up affecting their amount of pit stops versus Rebellion Williams. But what we do know is when Guerri goes into the pits, when the Bicolor's car comes into the pits, he falls behind Price in the number 3 Rebellion Williams Esports, and then when Price pits 5 laps later, he falls back behind them. So it's been to and froing with the strategy. Isaac Price also, by the way, now being chased down by the 2Cs Motorsport of Rory McDuff. McDuff 9.7 seconds back, so we'll keep an eye on that battle for 4th position because it is getting a little bit closer again. And McDuff, the 2Cs guys, they've got their kind of, I don't want to be rude about Abdullah Al Khalifa because he's a very fast driver, but he's the slowest of an incredible lineup there at 2Cs, and he has done a big old stint. I need to find out if he's done all of his driver time, and
he won't have been able to yet.
He's done 2 big stints though.
I know they. So I messaged. Oh, there was a car off in the Porsche guys there as we ride on board with the number 4 Bicolor Spud with Burst Esports. I know he was in the car a little bit. Of course, they did get him out a little bit earlier. They didn't drop a lap down, which, to be fair, credit to him because this is still mighty fast at this point. So hats off. But then, so they've handed it back to their A driver to basically repair some of that time damage. But they will have a bit more of that to fill because, of course, he's only been in the car as Abdullah Al Khalifa for 1 stint, and obviously we have that mandated limit where it's 3 hours every 5 hours, so they can only do three of the 5, and then once you pass the 5-hour point, you can get back in the car again. And obviously we've got that 4-hour minimum driver limit, so you can't do that all in one go, so they do have to spread that out across a couple of stints.
Yeah, 32 laps in the books.
That's good
for Abdullah Al Khalifa. And 32 laps.
How did he do that? Like, as in, like, what was the stints? Because that was 4 stints.
Oh, don't ask that. I've just about managed to work out how his computer works to get to 32 laps.
Oh, here we go. Here's the instance. So we've got the 67. I think there was the Fernando Alonso car involved in all of this. It's a bit mad, wasn't it?
And that was Robert Wickens in the 67. So Robert, we've heard about how he's been struggling with the male racing machine and his force feedback systems, but unfortunately, potentially an issue there with Fernando Alonso. And race control will be taking a look at exactly what's been going on there. So back to Al Khalifa, his best lap, a 3:30 flat.
That's not bad. I know that's that. Obviously that's a few seconds off of what the sim guys are doing. But to be fair, that is really not an awful time. If you can knock those off consistently, you won't lose that much over a stint. It's 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there. Of course, that's 50 seconds over a stint, but that's stuff that you can sort of make back over the course of a race. Let's seeing into this is with Fernando Alonso into the Porsche cars. I thought it was a replay, but he's going for a spin. Oh, this is a replay, I think, and we've just not got the graphic for it. So
but then he comes back across the circuit. Cardinal sim number 1, keep your foot on the brake when you've spun. And Fernando, having lost control, can you call that an unsafe rejoin? I mean, didn't really have any willingness to rejoin at that point.
I would, in the sense of, because I'm assuming the rule is in there somewhere about it's to do with failure to lock brakes and stuff. So when you're spinning out of control like that, if you hold, think of it this way: if you hold your brake from that point all the way down to you're locking your brakes, you from that point go in a straight line, and a straight line is predictable.
Yep.
So if he's doing that, then he's doing everything he can to make sure that he doesn't rejoin the circuit, and if he does, he's almost rejoining it in a more predictable manner. If there's nothing he can do about it, then that's the best way. Obviously, he wasn't doing that in that scenario, so the car was flicking about and it was going at inconsistent speeds. Robert Wickens coming through, just basically wiped out, and there's not really much you could do about that scenario, unfortunately. And hopefully he has found out how to turn his wheel down from 100%, because that will hurt.
That would really hurt, yeah.
I know for those of you sat at home wondering, we've spoken about direct drive rules, and don't worry, I'm not going to go too far into it.
That's all right, you can now.
Effectively, a direct drive wheel is plugged into a very powerful motor, and it's the same kind of motor that you would. And this is genuinely like the same kind of power that you would power an escalator with, right? They're not weak. Normally, in sim racing terms, they'll run at about 20 newton meters of torque. I've heard Jensen Buttons lowered his down to 12, as we've got a little bit of a change for position here between the 17, that's Colapinto, and that is getting past the E-Team WRT car of Cornelis. Very nice into Indianapolis there, an upper position. But those in that sense, if you have it running at 100% at 20 newton meters of torque, and I am not joking here, if you hit something really hard and it does 180 degrees at the time, that can genuinely break your thumb. And that's not something to be messed about with. Like, it can really, really hurt. So I really, really hope that Rob Wickens has been able to turn that one down a little bit whilst when he handed the car back over to the not birthday boy anymore, Jimmy Broadbent.
But 500,000 followers, subscriptions, so he's managed to get
got
that.
There?
Yeah, he's got there.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely amazing achievement. When we're talking about lap averages and lap speed, we talked about Al Khalifa doing an average, the best lap of a 30 dead, and then his best 10 lap average is a 30.7. That compares to the likes of our sim drivers at Kirchhoff, who's at the head of the field, and Rudy Van Buren. Best lap, a 25.336. Best average, a 26.0. And Atsi has the fastest lap of the race before, sadly, retiring out of the race. So you can see the difference. And that, over a course of a stint is quite a big difference. And we do have all the driving times and stuff like that. Interesting to see Ryan Tveta with a driving time of over 4 hours the last time that car was out, and that's against the regulations.
Yes.
I don't know whether the live timing has got something wrong there, perhaps, but according to the live timing, Ryan Tveta in the 18 Veloce Esports 3 car was in the car, or has the last time he was in the car, he was in the car for 4 hours. So that may be because they didn't declare the driver change, and therefore it's counted against his name rather than others. But I'm sure if that was genuine, race control would have already given a penalty to Ryan Tveta, who was in the car quite early on, actually. So it could also be that during the safety car period or the red flag period, it was counted a little bit too.
Well, it's very easy in that sense for some drivers not to have the name change, because of course that graphic on screen is done manually. I'm sure, like you say, race control, I'm sure they've got that one sorted. We've got a little bit of a battle for position on screen at the moment. 1 second separates Olsen in the Team Project 1 car. That's the one that's Butler Power Motorsports. That's a team which Jimmy Broadbent drives for, along with a few others in, I think it's VLN of some description. They're doing some sort of racing around the Nordschleife. And of course, Rene Butler, the main runner of that team, does some things behind the scenes for 397, as well as doing some commentating. And he's being chased by Jan Magnussen. Now, just being in a sim race, being chased by Jan Magnussen is enough to make me go, oh my God, are you kidding me? Like,
you're dreaming.
This is it's AI, isn't it? It's got to be AI. Anytime I see a name like that, I'm just like, yeah, no, definitely not. But still, 1.1 and a bit seconds separates those two. I see 1.1 seconds separates the 92 and 91. That's Matty Campbell and Mitchell de Jong. Separated by a very small margin for third position. That is the one that we've got on screen at the moment, I believe. Things closing up in the GTE category at various points. Looks like as we've headed past 10 hours to go, we're into single digits of hours to go. That's how I literally, it's just like any hour god is an achievement. Everything's closing up though.
I've got a technical one for you. Thank you very much to all of you who are interacting with us on hashtag LeMans24 Virtual, wherever you are in the world. Some of you will be in the middle of your day. Over in Europe, we're in the middle of the night. Do let me know. I'd love to know where the weirdest place that one of our drivers, one of our fans is watching. Used to love the Le Mans 24 Hours, being able to do this in the middle of the night and finding people from all over the world, places where you really would never imagine people to be watching Le Mans 24 Hours on small islands in the Caribbean following us. So if you are out on a small island in the Caribbean, make me happy and tell me that you are. Hashtag hashtag Le Mans 24 Virtual. Matt Yellowneck, who is a photographer, in fact, down under and does the WRC, he's a bit of a geek, and so from one fellow geek to another, what type of system is this being run on for each driver and team? The bonnet cam looks like it could be 4K, and it's very realistic.
As in, does he mean like what camera they're driving from, or like what system is in?
I think what system, as in how powerful is your computer.
Oh my goodness, yeah, you need, in this, to be fair, you can get away with, prepare yourself guys. You can get away with some fairly lower spec, from graphics card's point of view. You can get away with something like a 970 from the video. You've got some stuff on AMD stuff in that same sort of range that will run through nicely. You do know, if you want it to look decent and you want it to run well and you want it to run consistently, you definitely need to upgrade and get a mid-range to more powerful GPUs. CPU-wise, you also need like a fairly comfortable one. 16 gigabytes of RAM is almost a requirement. Not really, but it's if you're not running it, you're sort of at risk. So, medium spec to high. You've got a lot of graphic settings that you can change in R Factor 2, but trust me, on the lower settings, it looks pretty janky. But you have that customizability where you can lower the graphic settings, textures of cars. When it comes to the track, I'm not sure what the level of detail, or an LOD, is of the circuit and when it changes down when you go from high, or you've got 4 settings. You've got max, high, medium, low. And on low, on quite a lot of tracks, it will literally turn off a lot of things. So basically all of the atmosphere and stuff, so the things that are unnecessary, so the wheel, the lights and stuff around the circuit, sometimes even the entire pit lane itself, like the main pit building, you can, like, those kind of things can be turned off. If you really know what you're doing with R Factor 2, you can open up what's called a JSON file. It's very boring, but it's basically just lines and lines and lines of code that you can change, and that is perfectly fine to go in there and change some of these because they're all just part of your driver profile. That's not considered cheating or anything like that. They're just part of your driver. Your things like locking frame rates and playing with detail and mirrors and stuff. And you can go through and you can literally customize all of this to make sure that your game is running as smoothly as possible. And that's the thing in this level. It's not necessarily about how good it looks when you're driving. It is about how smoothly it's running.
Lewis has been gagging to do that since the start of the 24 hours. Really, so I'm so glad, Matt, that you asked a question and we unleashed him to go complete geek on us. And for many, it's incredibly interesting and information. Here, though, is a bit of a race going on. Matt Campbell, the real-world Porsche Works driver, alongside Mitchell de Jong, the virtual world driver, who's been racing in the Super Cup for the World Championship on iRacing, and that is a change for position. Really unfortunate, to be honest, because right in the thick of all kinds of messy traffic with LMP2 cars coming on. But de Jong up to third then, ahead of teammate Matt Campbell, who's dropped down to fourth spot. And Matt's been really, really fast in sim racing over the last couple of months. And Porsche incredibly involved with iRacing, running and supporting the World Championship over on iRacing. But definitely a focus over the last couple of weeks on making sure Porsche wins this. And you saw that in the last round of the IMSA series on iRacing. Very little representation for Porsche there. The likes of Aychan Guven, Nick Tandy had appeared in that championship, but they all were focusing on practicing on R Factor 2. And at the moment it's paying off because Guven is leading, and it's nearly a full lap. We're about 20 seconds away from Guven lapping the Romain Grosjean Esports Corvette that's done a very good job sitting in second position. But that will be significant, because if we ever have a safety car period moving forward, Guven and that 93 car will always have that 1 lap advantage. Amazing stint from Guven. I need to find out how long he's been in that car, because it has been a huge, mammoth effort. And unlike in other series where in the sprint races we do see mistakes from him, he raced against Larry Ten Voorde in the virtual version of the Mobil 1 Super Cup, where he made a couple of fundamental kind of silly moves that cost him the championship in the end. Guven, in the real world, a very, very fast driver, won the French Carrera Cup Championship a couple of years on the trot and is now part of the Super Cup and is a Porsche Junior driver, but not hugely versed in R-Factor 2, but it's working very well for him now, and a significant thing to be able to put a full lap on your nearest competitor, and that's going to happen quite soon. But in third position, Mitch de Jong now, who actually is a real-world rallycross driver, isn't he, Lewis?
Indeed.
And supported by Red Bull in that championship as an esports athlete.
Yeah, he did a little bit in the Global Rallycross Championship when that was a thing back in the
now
in the
defunct.
Now defunct. It became the Americas, or well, not became. There was the new Americas Rallycross Championship, which obviously with them running the standard spec, which is effectively it's the same, as far as I'm aware, it's the same as World Rallycross Championship. Same spec of cars, so they could basically just go, well, we've got these Beetles, let's just drop these in with the Subaru and stuff. So that's where the Global Rallycross Championship, where that's come from. And a lot of those take part. First round of the America's Rallycross Championship. To Silverstone, of course it was.
Yes.
That one always catches me out. Is this a battle for position?
No, it's not. This is Jan Magnussen, who is sitting in 7th position. He's a full lap down on Matt Campbell, but they are kind of running at similar pace, and so Campbell's really struggling to get past, and that is what has allowed Mitch de Jong to already put a 4-second gap between him and his teammates. Now he's found a bit of space down the inside, only just. Interesting to see, and somebody mentioned this on Twitter, that a lot of the cars have got their rain lights flashing. There you can see on the rear end, it's not their warning light, as somebody said on Twitter. It is their rain light. I'm not quite sure why their rain light would be on. You can see the Corvette doesn't have it, but the Porsches do. And now, finally, Matt Campbell has got past that Corvette, and he can set about trying to chase down de Jong. Interesting to see if he can match de Jong's pace. But looking at the pace of Ayhancan Guven, his best lap, 10-lap average is a 3:49.9, as opposed to what we're seeing from Mitchell de Jong right now. And de Jong is managing, keep going down my list. Gosh, he's quite a long way down the list. Where is he? Hang on, talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Yeah, you've got a lot of data there to head through. I did notice that the Team Project 1 car, by the way, the one that we saw battling with Jan Magnussen, has been in the pit lane. Tim Neuendorf has taken over that one. He's a sim racer, maybe not necessarily the fastest, but has taken part for Butler Powell in some other things. So he's joined that outfit of Team Project 1 for this race, obviously after that pit stop. About a minute and 20 or so off of Jan Magnussen's. That's relieved any pressure from behind. And I've got to say, Magnussen's pace at the moment is very, very impressive. He's been taking some tips, of course, from Dennis Lind, who Lamborghini factory driver, helping him out at the moment. I have heard some things from Jan Magnussen complaining that Dennis Lind, his nephew, is too fast. He's just too quick in these sims.
He is very, very fast. Although he is actually very fast on R Factor 2. He's got a lot of sim racing experience, doing long distance races on R Factor 2, having to be pushed towards other platforms thanks to his contractual agreements with Lamborghini and in GT3, and GT3 simulated very well with a different platform, ACC. But really, his bread and butter for many, many years before he actually became a Lamborghini Trofeo World Champion back a couple of years ago was racing on this platform in endurance races. Going back to that thought I was having about lap times, Guven, his best 10 average is a 3:49.959. Mitchell de Jong is doing a 3:50.6, and then Matt Campbell is even further down our list. Champion back a couple of years ago was racing on 8:59 as a 10-lap average. So actually 1 second difference between each of those drivers, and Campbell therefore is going to lose a lot of time to Mitchell de Jong, although de Jong now in pit lane along with Guven. So will we see a different driver in that car? Because Guven, I think on this last stint has done 1 hour 47. So I think we may see somebody take over from Aya-Chan Guven. And in that roster, Nick Tandy, Josh Rogers and Tommy Usgaard. I'll have any of them, please, because they're all awesome.
That's actually a good point with that lot. So where is Nick Tandy based at the moment?
In England.
So are they all based in Europe?
Yes, let me have a look.
Because obviously Josh Rogers, who's Australian, he's now resides in Germany.
Yep.
The Coanda, since they've got a house basically, and he's in there. If you ever see an interview or an onboard with him, everything is purple. It's Coanda. But yeah, if they're all in Europe, there's no one really that can do it in sequence of their actual, normal life schedule. They've got to all go off sequence at some point.
Yeah, so in that Coanda house, if you like, Matt Backham is there, Josh Rogers is there, David Williams is there, but interestingly so is Aya-Chan Guven. So Guven's gone over to race at the house in a different sim. They're all in different sims. They're not sharing the same sims, but they are all in the same house in Grunau in Germany, and that is the kind of the headquarters of the Coanda SimSport team. And we see that a lot in esports, in other things like League of Legends, having houses for their teams. But interesting to see Coanda have gone that direction. Very important for Josh Rogers to kind of focus his sim racing career, if you like, by moving to Europe and putting himself on a better time zone for all these races, because he was Australian and did the first season of the World Championship, the Esports Super Cup, from Australia, but it meant that he was always racing throughout the middle of the night. And I think he won the championship, and he said that the race finished at kind of 5 in the morning. And so what a very weird thing to have just won $100,000, I think $100,000.
Something in that vein, yeah.
And have won the most prestigious championship perhaps in the world, and you don't have anybody to celebrate with. He said he was on Discord for a while chatting with people, but a weird kind of middle of the night feeling to finish a race at that time. So that's why he decided to focus his career by moving to Europe to get himself back on the time zone, and also be surrounded by this atmosphere with Matt Backham and David Williams, constantly practicing, constantly putting in the hours and working alongside the likes of Porsche to get their guys up to speed, as well as getting the Coanda team up to speed in all the various championships that they enter. And of course, lots of focus will be on the 24 hours that's running next weekend on a different platform on iRacing. But they'll be focusing purely down to the fact that they are representing Porsche. Very much also the work has been going into this weekend, and even to the extent that Porsche moved their schedule to allow this 24-hour race to happen unobstructed, so they could put all of their efforts onto this and then focus back on the Super Cup, which was rescheduled for next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, for some stuff, like you say, there's a week to prepare for all of that stuff. You've got this to focus on now, and this has been on the minds of teams for a long time prior to this. Guerrieri is back in the pits. Is that? Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you said earlier that is in sequence because he's off sequence with everyone else. So Guerrieri for Bicolis Burst Esports behind this, 1 minute 14 seconds off of the leader when he came into the pit lane. So he's dropped off now. and will potentially drop behind Isaac Price again. We might just be able to stay in front of the Rebellion Williams Esports car. And to be fair, Isaac Price, he's taken part in a lot of things. He's not really a proper R-Factor 2 driver, does some things. Jonas Simoncic, speaking of R-Factor 2 drivers, takes over the Bicolis Burst Esports car. He was the one who had pole position in this category. He's up very early. He's kind of getting used to this though, considering he's done his fair share of endurance racing. A previous, last year rather, he was the season 11 champion of the Virtual Endurance Championship with Sim Racing Club, at the head of that, and won that championship, was in championship contention going into the last round last week, and they really struggled. And I think that was because there was so much focus on making sure that this goes right, and now they've had a massive issue with Jesper Pedersen. Those of you that were here earlier in the race, coming out of Corvette, I think it was a wheel disconnection. I haven't had that confirmed, but I think it was a wheel disconnection. And basically, coming out of Corvette, his wheel was effectively locked in-game to 45 degrees. He had to reconnect the wheel. He would have no force feedback, so he had to come into the pit lane, hand over straight away to someone else, and then get on with it. To say they are still on a lead lap, that they've just pitted and they're within 3 minutes as well. Like, mighty impressive stuff. And now they've just handed over to Mr. R-Factor 2 at the moment, more of an open wheel specialist. That car should be about to go monstrously quick.
Pit stop sequence for those that are off sequence happening right now. And then in a couple of laps time, when we click onto the 10s, so 299, 229 and 230 will be our next proper pit stop. Good to see the Goodyear branding around the circuit. Goodyear getting back involved with the WEC and Le Mans in the future, and in fact getting involved heavily around the world of motorsport. We're seeing Goodyear that disappeared for a couple of years. I grew up with Goodyear in Formula One, so it's really cool to have Goodyear as a tyre brand getting back involved in all these forms of motorsport when others have kind of done what they needed to do and disappeared to do and focus on other things.
Yeah, I commentate on a different championship which happens on Sunday evenings. And Skip Barber's, again, Goodyear tyres in that. Like, it is nice to see that sort of research. Of course, they've had stuff over in America, you know, obviously keeping in NASCAR for God knows how long. But now they are coming back into motorsport properly, and it's brilliant to see. And it's kind of what we want, you know, to see more tyre manufacturers really taking part and getting stuck in.
It's kind of evocative, isn't it? You know, certainly for different generations it does mean different things, but Goodyear was such that yellow branding on the side of the tyres in the early 90s Formula One cars. It creates a certain emotion inside me because that's my kind of upbringing in Formula One. And so to see that same branding back again just brings an extra kind of sensation and an extra feeling to myself personally. It might not necessarily relate to some others, but certainly to me it's a cool thing to see.
Well, we've had this conversation on Discord with various people over the years. It's kind of your almost like your preferred era of motorsport is that first one that you watch. So those first couple of years that you join the motorsport community, as it were, those are the ones that kind of like hold in your mind. Whether you joined in unfortunately, guys, I joined in 2012, so I've not experienced a lot of this like with everyone else. That was when I first started watching motorsport and then joined sim racing and
Where
such.
were you? 2012?
Yeah,
what were you doing before then?
I know. I was on BBC iPlayer and I was like, there's some highlights in the Australian. I'll watch that. Before that, I remember the 2003 Malaysian Grand Prix, and that's it. And I remember thinking that I was 8 years old. And I remember thinking, my dad's woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning. What a boring guy.
Really?
And now it's just like, I'll stay up all night and watch it.
So your dad didn't force you into it. You literally kind of slowly adapted to what
exactly.
the lad and dad thing didn't kind of happen as you must sit and watch these things.
No, absolutely not.
Brilliant.
Absolutely not. Now though, I can sit down with my dad and we'll watch a Grand Prix or something. He's not really into anything outside of Formula One, but as to my point though, like those, like, so that kind of era is sort of where, like, I would go back to and think, wow, what about this? What about that? And you kind of hold on to that, and you hold that for ages. So obviously, a lot of people that join Formula One and that sort of era of motorsport in the early 2000s, they always think, wow, the V10, the all this, let's go back to that. So it makes sense that you go back to Goodyear if that's where you joined motorsport, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously early memories of going to, I think my first Le Mans was 2010, and I got a puncture on the way down. Always drive to Le Mans from the south of England. Always fantastic kind of spirit driving down to Le Mans, and got a puncture on my very first one. Just a couple of mates going to sit in a campsite and enjoy it. Didn't have any work to do at that point. Wasn't really very much involved in didn't have the ability to work. Knew a few people, but sat in the campsite, drank beer, and enjoyed watching motorsport happen. Did a bit of a tour of the circuit, even went and sat in a ditch somewhere down the Mulsanne Straight to really get a good perspective, and some secret spots that definitely we weren't allowed to be in, but worked out well. And then ever since then, I don't think I've missed one. I think I may have missed one for other reasons in terms of work. I missed last year actually because of work in another championship, but from just being a fan and sitting in the campsite and enjoying it like so many of you will have done. Actually, one of my best memories of Le Mans is just doing that, hanging out with mates, having a beer, and really soaking it up. Another year, just did a little behind-the-scenes video for a camping company. That was a very memorable experience. Had a horrible hangover on Monday morning and ran my battery out in my car park because I plugged the phone in, run out of battery. Of course, anybody who's been to Le Mans will know that the phone is constantly searching for reception and therefore runs out of battery very quickly. Got to Sunday night, plugged it into the car, but had passed out before I was able to turn off the car. So both battery in phone and battery in car had run out by the time I actually woke up, and that meant a difficult run back to the UK. And I think actually that was the year that I got stopped twice by the police for speeding, even though I was never speeding. I know that many of you will have had that situation, especially if you do the Route Nationale back from Le Mans to Calais. Somehow the police are able to kind of make up the speed that you're doing, and depending on what car you're driving, and of course many a nice car does do the trip. I was in a 350Z, Nismo kitted 350Z, which had run out of fuel on the way down and then got stopped by the police twice and fined twice. But of course they take your passport to check your details, and they won't give it back until you give the cash.
Oh, really?
And yeah.
Well, hope that doesn't happen later today, because we're driving back today.
Yeah, you guys. Luckily, the police won't necessarily be quite as
out on forward.
They won't be quite as out there. They're all too busy anyway in Paris.
Yeah,
stopping all the protests or protesting themselves. But certainly, when the Le Mans comes to town, and the roads around Le Mans, and then the route to Le Mans, all the police know. They all know that it's that Le Mans weekend, and there will be hundreds of thousands. Nearly half of the people that go to Le Mans are Brits driving from the UK to Le Mans. There are more British fans at Le Mans than there are French fans.
Really?
And the next country, thanks to Tom Christensen over the last couple of years, has been Denmark. So British fans, 120,000 British fans, about 50 to 60,000 Danish fans. The French, I know, I actually have relations in Le Mans who have never been to the race, who live in Le Mans and know about it, and it's obviously very much part of it, but they've never been. And in fact, they work in cars, which I just found a bit weird, to be honest.
That is a bit odd. I know a few friends that have driven down to Le Mans. With my housemate, in fact, he drives down there whenever he can. Has taken Jimmy Broadbent down there every once in a while, and it's apparently a very nice road trip. The thing is, though, is when you do go on a road trip, you need to make sure your car's in order, because not to Le Mans, but
anywhere.
Yeah,
anywhere.
Anyway, Cameron Roger, who's probably asleep, very fast asleep, but I'm sure someone will link him to this at some point. President of Formula Sim Racing, he decided it was a good idea to take his car all the way to a place called Viborg in Denmark. Now that from the south of the UK, I have to drive into Germany to pick someone up from there and then drive all the way up into Denmark. It's about, I think it was 12, 13 hours, something like that. It gets to half an hour away, and the alternator fails in the car. And it's like, oh good. So that then has to go into a garage. That's going to cost an arm and a leg. It was a BMW 5 Series, I think it was. So it wasn't exactly the cheapest fix. So my advice, if you're going to go on a road trip to somewhere, it's a great thing to do, but please take a car that can actually do the distance.
Yeah, I've run out of fuel a couple of times. I've had to get a wheel changed in Le Mans because it didn't have any grip on it. I've run out of batteries at Le Mans. Every year there's a story, and that's what makes Le Mans so great. For the competitors that go there, it's nearly 2 weeks basically with Le Mans test day the week before. We don't have Le Mans test day this year because of the compact schedule to get that race in September. So it won't be quite as long of an event, but who knows about kind of the Parade de Pilotes through Le Mans town as well. But so much of that is so important to the atmosphere of the event, and there's always a story from every single year, from every single event, and it's just one of those things, just a weird thing to go to what is it's a big industrial town, but it's relatively sleepy. Been through Arnage in the middle of April, and it's dead, and yet you're there on that Le Mans weekend, and it is mental with British fans. The restaurants have tripled in size. They make all of their money from the Le Mans weekend and basically take the rest of the year on holiday because they don't really need to push too hard. If you've never been and you've got the ability to get to the Le Mans 24 hours, make sure you do it once in your life. Make sure you do it with a couple of mates. Go and camp, do it properly. And I really would love to do it in that way again. And if I somehow never have a job at Le Mans, then that is definitely the choice that I would make. I do know a couple of cameraman friends who, the years where they don't have jobs at Le Mans, they still go anyway and just have a great time. On board with Felix Rosenquist in the Jota Team Redline machine. He's 14 seconds back from Tristan Vautier, who is in the Panis Racing AAA car, and that will be a battle for 6th position. To update you also on the driver changes down in GTE, we saw pit stops coming through. Mitch de Jong stayed in the car, but he's dropped down to 5th position. Josh Rogers has taken over from Ayachan Guven, and Josh was the man who set the time in that 93 to grab pole position. They weren't starring in the early running of this race, but at the moment it's all running smoothly for 93, and Rogers will now bring that car into the early morning. Presumably Nick Tandy's having a nice sleep with his wife and kids there, and has been ordered that he's not allowed to necessarily race at certain times. I did get a tweet from Richard Westbrook's wife. Now, Richard Westbrook, I don't think is... Yes, he is in this, racing for Aston Martin, although I don't think we've seen him. And she was saying she's been banned from watching anything on the internet for the weekend. So that's a bit frustrating. However, the sim is in the utility room, and therefore she can't do the washing either. So that's a plus point. Great to hear from Jess. And Jess is a lovely... she's a big key player, actually, at Toyota's corporate hospitality at the Le Mans 24 Hours too. So a big hello to Jess, although you'll be fast asleep, so you won't be listening to this. Look forward to seeing Richard Westbrook in the Aston at some point. Not sure. I certainly haven't seen him out as yet.
He did a little bit earlier.
He did a little bit earlier, yeah, okay.
But it is actually a very good point on the sense of when you're sat at home, obviously you go to the racetrack, you think, right, we've got the weekend lads, let's set the timers, we'll all be in the car when we're in the car, and it's fine. Whereas at home, you have to think of when you're in the car because of your neighbours, because of your housemates, whatever, who you're sharing with, of course, wife, kids, etc. I had a conversation whilst he was in the car last week with Mike Epps, who's in 19th position. I've also been told he's desperate for an interview at some point through the day.
Of course he is.
He said, well, I can't remember what the quote was. Apparently he's spent 20 minutes setting up his lights and stuff, so it's all perfect for an interview. He's a good lad. But I had an interview with him whilst he was in the car, and he said he's got to be careful not to hit a curb too hard, because he's got a direct drive wheel and he's got neighbours and it's not very thick walls. So if he hits a curb, it is currently 4:30 in the morning in the UK. If he hits a curb in that and the wheel goes mad, or he gets in a crash and all that, he's waking someone up. And you've got to think about that kind of stuff when you're racing in this environment.
Yeah, all they hear, you've obviously immersed in your world with the sound and the vision, but all they hear is a squeak from the pedals every so often, and then the direct drive fan or indeed cogs all going crazy.
Speaking of squeaky pedals, I think the worst the worst squeaky pedals nearly went on there, didn't he? The worst squeaky pedals, Rory McDuff, every time he lifts off the throttle, you could just hear this really high-pitched squeak, and it's like, get some grease on that or something, because it is like, you got your headset on, you can't hear it. I feel bad for his mum, who's in the living room.
Yeah.
Every sort of 10-15th squeak. Oh my God, sort it out.
Kendrick on Twitter asks, any particular reason why LMP1 is not being used?
So we don't have LMP1 in R Factor 2 as official content.
Easy answer.
It is pretty simple. The more complicated one is we don't actually have I don't think we've got the way to properly simulate it in R Factor 2 with the hybrid system and stuff. Yeah. It would be effectively a basic system like it is with the you've got your throttle and brake. You can I think you can simulate turbos and stuff in R Factor 2, but that's really as far as it gets. You can't simulate a hybrid system as far as I'm aware in its present form in R Factor 2. Certainly not with all the gizmos and like of turning your power up. And have you ever driven with a car like that?
So much to do.
It's too much. I can't do it.
Yeah,
I cannot do it. I mean, Peter Berliak, who's in this race, I replaced him for one round because he couldn't do it in an open wheel championship. And the only thing we had to change in that was fuel mixture. And he was like, just you're not changing the fuel mixture enough. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you only change like twice or three times a lap. I was like, yeah. And he's like, you've got to be changing it into every corner. And I was like, no. Impossible. And then with the hybrid system, it's fuel mixture and hybrid and boost mode, and when it goes out and how much you're regenning and how I don't have that many buttons.
Exactly. And that's a very easy answer there for you, Kendrick. It's nice to have all these LMP2s as the same model, because you've got in GTE, of course, we've got works teams, so they're never going to be happy with driving other models of car, and therefore we wouldn't have had the likes of Ferrari, we wouldn't have had the likes of Corvette or Porsche if they were forced to drive a generic machine. LMP is a different story, and of course we have Toyota as a works team as part of this, because the platform, the Oracle that we've got in this game is kind of a generic platform, so it looks like an LMP, and Toyota can therefore kind of put their colours on, and it looks pretty good. So we've got the works Toyota team in LMP, but then in terms of GTE, we had to have the actual GTE cars that are on offer as legit content. And as Martin's already spoken about quite a lot, the Ferrari built specifically for this event to get Ferrari onto the grid, and just a bit of a shame that they're not really showing.
Yeah, they've not really got the car to fight today. We just saw there, Jenson Button is behind the wheel here of the Team Rocket Zancho. Nearly, very, very nearly, the orange LMP behind it, the IDEX Sport Racing one of Colapinto, very nearly brushed off the back of Jenson Button's Team Rocket Zancho car. I'm sure Ed Torelli and Johnson's asleep now, so he's not really paying much attention, so you can say whatever you want, particularly about Shane van Gisbergen. He's a very big Shane van Gisbergen fan, so if you want to slam Shane van Gisbergen, now's the time. But that was so close. And the thing is, into that corner, you take a bit of hit on the rear, you're going straight into the gravel trap, potentially all the way out to the wall. So Jenson's a bit of a lucky boy there.
And shout out also to Jenson, who since his first stint announced that he will be having a baby girl in a couple of months' time. So already with one baby over in LA, and congratulations to Jensen for announcing a second baby on the way. I can't believe that he got his Le Mans 24 Hours underway, did a couple of stints, and then just casually went onto social media and announced he's going to have another baby. Fantastic. He's over in LA, and so a little bit of a kinder time zone for him over the rest of his team that basically are all, I think, in the UK. Just going to check that information. You've got Alex Buncombe in Taunton, Matt Richards in Pontypool, and Jan van Heiders in Germany. So, LA is the place to be for Jensen, and he'll be bringing that car into the morning, I guess, and then the guys in Europe can take over again without being affected too badly by sleep deprivation, which of course is a huge thing at Le Mans when everybody's in the same place, but is a little bit less of an effect when you've got everybody spread around the world, and you can play with that and use that cleverly to your advantage so that drivers aren't driving too fatigued. Although I did see Andre Lotterer on Instagram. He's doing quite a lot of Instagramming, if you're interested, talking about his experience after his triple stint. Number one, he looked knackered. He said his eyes were super sore, and he did really look, physically he wasn't sweating, and he didn't look like he'd gone and had done a workout, but you could tell that his brain and his eyes really had done a massive workout.
Yeah, it really is. It's very much a mental game in this, and it is hard to keep track of. By the way, Ed said, "Who is asleep? Stop talking about Shane right now." So we're not allowed to do that yet. That's a later game. It is very mentally exhausting. I mean, to be fair, on direct drive wars, it can be very physically exhausting for your arms and stuff. But of course, with the pro drivers and stuff. Actually, this is actually a very good point, because we were talking about this with Alan McNish. He was saying, and with Martin Haven, of course, they were basically saying that some of the pro drivers might actually have an advantage at this point, in the sense of they've got all their, the nutrition, they've got all of the workouts and stuff like. Of course, some of the sim drivers are as well, but let's be honest, most of them, much like me, are sat in their room 24/7 and barely leave to even go to the shops. So muscles, not really a thing that we have. So for the sim drivers, like at this point, they'll be maybe a little bit more tired than some of the actual pros. Just a replay, skipping across. That's the Axel Motorsports car. Goes hard right through the Porsche curves and into the barrier. Loses a rear wing. Thankfully, doesn't collect anyone else, and is able to keep going. But that's a boff.
That's sim driver Mika Hakimi as well. So in that car, we've seen Mohamed Naquib have a bit of an off earlier doors. Mika Hakimi also, the other sim driver in that team, just having an off there. And Alex Young and Alistair Young, relatively calm stints. They are struggling, that full team from Malaysia, and certainly at the other end of the timing screens, 25th out of 27 runners in LMP. Team Penske still running. Simon Pagenaud is in that car now. He's just come out of the onto track. He's done a lot of work, Simon, for the Team Penske machine, and he's got his rig number one back up and running after his issues with it and his kind of rig change that we saw live. But lots of pit stops happening right now. So Marcello now, Rafael Marcello is in Rebellion number one, the lead car. And he will have Romandis in the 13 chasing him down. The gap between those two, and I need to confirm this, looks to have gone down to 38 seconds. It was up to nearly a minute. So some time lost there in the last part of the stint. And then we've got Simoncic in third position, but off sequence. McDuff now is ahead of Isaac Price. I don't think we saw that on screen.
I think that was in pit stops.
And it has kind of cycled through in pit stops. But McDuff in the 2Cs Motorsport was chasing down Isaac Price in the 3 Rebellion, and that now has changed. Price is 1.6 seconds behind, I think. Rory McDuff right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if Isaac has an answer to McDuff's pace.
Yeah, I mean, Rory McDuff is an R-Factor 2 specialist, Isaac Price not so much, but they're both incredibly quick. We'll see if that gap does close up. Isaac Gillison, who was the Project Cars world champion of some description a little while ago, has done some stuff in race room as well, nearly qualified for the ADAC GT Masters Esports Championship. In fact, in the qualifiers, it was the top 5 that get through, and he scored the exact same points as the driver that was 5th in that, but because he didn't have a high finish, he was unfortunately effectively booted out of that one. But he's very quick at learning. We're on board with one of the Ferraris at the moment, coming up to lap Robert Wickens as well. Saw a bit of the flash. Of course, that's one thing that they can have in R-Factor. You can turn your lights on and off. Although, with your point earlier, as the 2Cs cars comes through, you'll see Isaac Price as well, not too far behind this. Rory McDuff picks up the Ferrari, does the Aston Martin in the middle of the Porsche curves. Woo-hoo-hoo! That was close. Robert Wickens then goes off the road. And there goes Isaac Price round the outside, down the inside of the Aston Martin into to Corvette. Nice stuff. That was, I think, a little bit of a gain from Isaac Price in traffic. But with your point, you can't run third-party applications.
Oh yeah.
As far as I'm aware, which means that there's some applications which you can use, which will basically map as a macro, as a way that it would basically automatically turn your lights on and off. You don't have the ability to effectively burst fire the light. So every time you press it, you have to on, off, on, off, on, off. And the amount of times that I have seen people do that and then leave the light off and then start driving around thinking, oh, it's a bit dark, isn't it?
We have potentially an issue for the 38 Jota Team Redline car. Felix Rosenquist doing his first stints in that machine from Carmel in Indiana, obviously over there for the resumption of the IndyCar Championship, their first race last weekend in Texas. Rosenquist right at the head of the field and attributing his performance on ovals partly to Dario Franchitti, but also to his experiences racing ovals on iRacing during lockdown. So Felix Rosenquist very, very complimentary about keeping sharp thanks to sim racing. But the car is on our timing screens as stopped in sector 3, and he is dropping down the leaderboard.
As far as I've been told, he has disconnected.
Oh.
Now, as to why, whether that's his personal issue or whether something else has happened, game crash or whatnot, either way, that is why he's dropping down. The car is, as much as if you're looking at the live timing, you'll see the word stop. That's actually a disconnection from Felix Rosenquist at the moment.
Yeah, it's obviously the live timing that we look at is programmed for real-world racing, so disconnect is not something that happens, but stop is the way that our live timing picks up the data from the R-Factor 2 platform and sticks it into that timing. But that is a bit of a disaster. He's now in pit lane, so that does mean that he's reconnected, but he's dropped to 14th position, and now he's behind Usi Yukala in the 37 Jota team. It's really not gone well for Redline. Redline, for me, the team in sim racing. We've got one car totally out of the race due to various technical issues, and now Rosenquist with issues in the 38. The 37 has certainly not had a clean run of things either. Dominic Farber ending up in the back end of another car after it was moving around and a bit unpredictable in front of him and having a major accident. And so I would have loved to have seen a Redline win here, because Redline are so responsible for some of the most professional moves that sim racing has done over the years and is all about combining real and virtual. Felix Rosenquist is a team Redline driver. Yes, he races in the real world in IndyCar and he has contracts with various people there, but in the sim racing world, he is a team Redline driver, like Max Verstappen, like Lando Norris, like so many other drivers on the roster of Team Redline. And it just would make sense to me to have Redline as the guys that took victory because of their responsibility over the last 20-odd years in promoting sim racing at the highest level, in making it as professional as possible. But it's just not been working out for them.
No, and to that point, now the highest Team Redline car in the race at the moment, I believe, is 13th place, the number 37 Jota Team Redline car, Alexei Usiakala. behind the wheel of that. Me and Chris, prior to this, we went through and we picked some of the teams that we thought were going to be up for victory, that were going to be there or thereabouts, either as a dark horse or as very much a main contender. The overwhelming favourite coming into this was the number 20. That's the one with Max Verstappen, Lando Norris. Of course, alongside those, that's Kirchhoff and Gregor Hutu. That car, though, that Felix Rosenqvist is behind, along with Antonio Felix da Costa. And then two of sim racing's greatest. The very first was fastest gamer, Rudy Van Buren, who works... or I'm sure he works in some degree with McLaren in their simulator. He won that as effectively as a job in that. And then the most recent winner of McLaren's World's Fastest Gamer, as well as basically everything else, Kevin Siggy Rebenak, who's Slovenian. He's done an awful lot, obviously winning the Formula E Race at Home Challenge, and so a test in one of their cars. Definitely were one of the favourites to do something good here. And now, through a technical fault, miles off, they're going to be 3 laps down by the time they properly get the laps ticking off again. And I kind of feel that that's, at least for the most part, curtains for them.
Thank you to all of you getting in touch on hashtag LeMans24. Thank you for keeping us company through the early hours of our European morning, and well done if you've been up with us throughout the full 24-hour race. Anything can still happen. 9 hours still remaining. So much racing still to go. And Philip Pond asking, with it starting to get light on the virtual circuit, drivers having been raced for nearly 15 hours now, how much do you think mental fatigue will be affecting them in the coming hours? Mentally, sim racing is harder than the real world. I stand by that. It may not be physically harder. You don't obviously feel the G-forces. Some people will be in motion rigs and be rattling around, but mentally, Lewis, your brain and your eyes have to do so much more that surely mental fatigue coming into the last part of the race, for those that have done a lot, is going to be a factor.
Absolutely. The thing is, when you're not a part of the car, that's the thing, that in motorsport you're strapped in, you're very, very tight, and you're a part of the whole beast. In sim racing, you don't have that, and with that, you really have to rely on all of your other senses, what's happening with your hands, and realistically what's happening with your eyes. And you just have to be very careful where you're looking, and like that. Over time, you're staring at a screen that's very close. It is exhausting mentally. You've got a lot to think about. Like, just because it's a game, believe me, it's still a sweaty environment, and it's a lot of brain power. Most of that comes down to how much you're thinking, and you're juggling all these numbers in your head. You almost don't have as many distractions, even though you have more distractions. It's entirely different in that sense. So you're absolutely right that fatigue at this point is going to be a big thing, and that's why I said about the pro drivers at this point. Like, they might be in a better situation because they've gone through all of the routines, all of the training and stuff, and they've gone through that through most of their careers in certain cases. The sim drivers have had mum bringing in a plate of biscuits at some point during the race. like that's really it.
Ben Pierce asks, and thank you for all your questions, Ben, because I've been seeing you've been with us a lot. When the sun comes up, how will the glare be? It was pretty bad when the sun went down, and I feel, personally, it's worse in the virtual world than it is in the real, because your eyes don't adapt in the same way that they do in the real world when there is sun coming in through the windscreen.
Yeah, it's it's going to be bad. There are some obviously sim drivers out there. This was always my stint. I always had to do the dawn and dusk, and trust me, it was hard when I did it back in 2015. It is harder now with the increase on the visuals and stuff that 397 have put out there for R Factor 2. The game, the company developing it, they've gone through a lot of work to increase the visual, and particularly recently, they have done some very, very nice things with the lighting engine. When that comes up, it is for me. I do photography in R Factor 2. And trust me, the light when you get to the sun rising, it looks amazing. The way it's bouncing off the cars, it just feels right. Once it starts really creeping up over the horizon, the game looks beautiful. And as a driver, you think, wow, this looks really good. And you'll also think, was that the 100-metre board that I've just gone by?
and talking about mental fatigue, going back to that's exactly what, when your brain starts to be distracted and starts kind of fading, and especially on these long straights here at Le Mans, you do have actually the ability to start thinking about something else. And it's so easy to miss those braking points because there isn't a huge amount to do in this first part of the lap. The second part of the lap, you can be fully focused, but because of these long straights, it's so easy, and in a GT car especially being slightly slower, to just pick out those braking points. I wish we had Alan McNish with us right now. He's getting his beauty sleep, but he would have so many stories about this moment at Le Mans, and so many of you online saying that this is your favourite part of Le Mans, that sun coming up, the smell of barbecues and fireworks still lingering in the heavy morning dew, and the light, the orange light starting to illuminate, and the knowledge that you've gone through the night, you've got past that difficult point, and it's only going to be light from now on in, but you've still got a huge amount of racing to go. And I was actually very lucky to do a 24-hour race in the real world. Okay, I was driving a Citroen C1, so it was not very fast, but I was very, very lucky to do this stint, and there's a huge amount of elation, I suppose, is the word, knowing that you've got through the difficult bit of the night, knowing that the vision is coming back to you, but at the same time, it is an emotion because you're so tired as well. So everything is so heightened. And when we get Alan back in the studio in a few hours' time, when the full production team arrive back in the studio at 8:30, and we'll get our interviews back and we'll get our cutaways back, we'll have to ask him a little bit about those memories, because it's just absolutely amazing. Veronica R tweets from Argentina, where is the limit of this virtual race? It's a race. It's iconic. It's wonderful. Le Mans 24 hours is not virtual. Le Mans 24 hours is Le Mans. I hope we clip that one up. Yeah, because that would be beautiful.
That would be very well. It's a shame you did that when the production team was in. They'll be, all right, let's clip that for later.
Someone at Motorsport Games, I'm sure will tweet that for later. They've already tried to embarrass me with me telling Chris to go to bed, and Chris going, "Thanks, Dad."
I'm the guy that drops thanks, Dad, as well. So be on your best behaviour.
Our dad of the group, Martin, our grandfather of the group, Martin, getting his beauty sleep properly. Normally, he doesn't have a chance to do that because he does a double bubble at Le Mans, and whenever he's not on one channel, he's on something else, and he just punishes himself when he goes to Le Mans week. But I gave him a nice long sleep period.
He did very nicely on the
he gets so grumpy. And if you've got a grumpy Martin Haven, then the day will be a long one.
Is this why you're bailing, like, as soon as the race is done? Because this is the thing, is that a lot of us, obviously we're all going back to dinner and everything, and we were having a conversation at dinner. I was like, so what are we doing after? It's like, going home. I think Martin's staying here until Monday.
He has to, because the train doesn't travel. That's the problem.
So is that why you're bailing ASAP?
Yeah, I don't want to hang around.
Not grumpy Mark. Gotcha. I'll write that down because that's a good note.
As partners in crime on the World Touring Car Championship back in the day, I've spent many an evening with Martin Haven, and actually Louise Beckett, who's the pit reporter for the WEC, was part of our team for many years as well, and we've got so many stories of when Martin is a little bit tired and a little bit grumpy, and restaurants in the evening. And it's so funny how he can stick by certain stories that are blatantly not true. But Martin is always correct. And it's lovely to be working with him, actually. We don't get a chance to do it very often. So really, really cool to have him on the team. And to be describing a virtual race, although, to be honest, it's just a race. And it's just fantastic and wonderful. And there's nothing really that virtual about this apart from the platform. What's Jimmy's saying?
It's the cars aren't real, the track's not real, but the racing is.
very good.
It is very, very good. Very apt point. We're on board with Dennis Jordan here in the number 46. Jan Opmeer just come up with a stop on my live timing, whether that's legit or not. It's just changed back to Isaac Gillison, so I don't know if there's just confusion on the live timing or whether he's just come into the pit lane. That's not for position what Dennis Jordan's just done there. That's just a bit of lap traffic getting out of the way. Not driving on his own rig is Dennis Jordan, and a few of the teams out there are not driving on their own rig, which obviously will throw out a few things of things aren't exactly comfortable. I'm not used to how this is. I'm not used to the different resolution, the different graphic settings, the different wheel, the different everything, and all of those things make a massive difference. Dennis is a quality driver. I remember back in 2016 when he wasn't, and me and him battling for 14th place in a race at Australia at Albert
Claim
Park.
to fame.
Exactly. I raced with him before he was good. To be fair, I've raced with quite a few of these drivers before they were good, so I knew when most of these guys were rubbish.
I do some of that. I do that with my old karting mates. I'm better than you. Jolyon Palmer, Formula One driver. Smashed him in karting. Easy peasy.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I beat Rudy Van Buren to a podium in 2016 in ITC. All the time, just like, I don't really care if he was on like 60 kilos more than I was because he won the previous race.
And every dog has his day, right?
Yeah.
Every dog has his day. I was racing with Adam Christodoulou on last Tuesday. Ooh. And I was on pace with him for about 3 laps until I binned it.
I was going to say, then what happened? To be fair, that is actually a very common thing in sim racing, to kind of reach 100% and keep it 100%. There are not many drivers that can rip off a lap. Again, it's just saw the sun coming up there.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
It looks good. That is going to be so blinding. I'm not sure which whereabouts it's coming up from. It looked like it could be on the run down towards Test Rouge. I've not raced on this version of iRacing. Of Le Mans. Said iRacing. It's early. It's fine.
Early/late. It's late in the race. It's early in the morning.
Yeah, I've not. Oh, look at that. So yeah, it'll be down towards Test Rouge. There'll be a little bit on the run down. To be fair, considering the corners that you're attacking with that light, the Dunlop chicane is blocked by the track and the bridge. So really, the only one that you've got to really worry about is Test Rouge, which is fine because it's not difficult at all, he says. I'm joking there, by the way. It's a very difficult corner.
I wonder if we can go on board and actually see what the drivers would be experiencing with this early morning sun. The boys at Motorsport Games will be listening. They're doing some very arty things right now. They're getting very French about this. They've obviously been watching Le Mans podcasts, and they know that our TV director, Olivier Denis, likes a bit of art. And so they're kind of replicating with those static shots and the cars blasting through shots. So when we have the opportunity to go on board and kind of see the effect of that sun, be very interesting to see. Here we go. We're on board, going towards the Ford chicane. Now, people saying, the clouds look a bit ominous. Absolutely not. That is exactly how the clouds look at Le Mans before the sun really catches them. Certainly not a blue sky day, totally. Certainly a bit of cloud in the sky, but I don't think we're expecting to see rain as the Bicolors car goes shooting past. By the way, just to say, on the left-hand side there's that sun now coming underneath the Dunlop Bridge. Isaac Price is keeping up with Rory McDuff. That gap is still only 4.6 seconds, so he's done a really good job on this stint.
He is doing very, very well. This is where you're about to be blinded. Here we go. Oh no, it's all right. The trees are blocking us for now. We're okay. We're all right at the moment.
Yeah. But it's coming off the M Arena there on the right-hand side. That's where Le Mans play basketball. They're a very, very, very good basketball team. Did you know? And in fact, one year when I was at Le Mans, I stayed in one of the basketball team's apartments, which was very odd.
How did you get that?
The organisation organised it for me. A lot of Le Mans moves out of Le Mans for the week of Le Mans because they can make a huge amount of money on their houses. There's not that many hotels in Le Mans. That's why a lot of people camp, of course, and that's always the best way to do it. But when you are working, it's nice to have a place to go back to. And one year, I think I was working for the ACO, and they put me up in a very nice house. Unfortunately, though, as the crow flies, it was not that far away. But when you trace the route back to the house through various housing estates, it was quite a long walk. And on the Sunday night after the traditional Audi Sport party, I decided to go as the crow flies back to the house. And I arrived back at my house with ripped jeans, and I dropped my wallet, which had a lot of euros in it at the time, and it was quite a journey back. There is some photos somewhere of me and my friend Tom making that journey home, and one of the many stories, as I was saying a little bit earlier, about Le Mans 24 Hours, and that was thanks to Tom Christensen that I was invited to the Audi party that year, and a very cool thing to be part of.
I've heard many things about those
We talked about it last night, weren't we?
Yeah, it sounds. I mean, this is the thing: is Le Mans the party atmosphere, and it's the same thing with with a lot of places. But Le Mans just there's something about it. It is very special, and with that, of course, you get the special parties. So take advantage of it.
And you may be wondering why we had that kind of musical interlude at 11 o'clock last night, and there was a mixed response online to it, but that is Le Mans. That is exactly what they do. It is not just about the race. I always talk about Le Mans as like a music festival, but for motorsport. You go to a music festival, and you never actually have to go to a stage. You never actually have to listen to the music. There's so many other things to do around a music festival that it's kind of the reason you're there, but it's not the reason it's not your main focus. And Le Mans can be the same thing. You may well go to Le Mans and never really watch cars circulating, because there's a huge fairground, there's a massive area for food and drink and stalls to buy. The camping area is brilliant. The countryside is just brilliant to wander around anyway. And actually, it's a great opportunity to take somebody who might not necessarily be hugely involved in motorsport to a motorsports event, and they will have a blast.
Yeah, it's a festival in itself, and like I said, bringing someone along who maybe is sort of sat there thinking, oh, well, I kind of like cars, but I wouldn't really want to sit there for 24 hours. You don't have to sit there for 24 hours. You can go and do something else. It's more than acceptable, and why not? Why not come along and see what it's all about? This is a replay with the. Is that one of the Palace cars?
42 is Cool Racing.
Cool Racing, that's right. There's a lot of blue cars, they get them all mixed up.
Just a little nerf. And that's Nico Lapierre. So bonjour Nico, over in Geneva. I was just saying a little bit earlier on that where they were all driving from is about half an hour from my house. It's a very small village in the middle of the mountains, in the middle of nowhere, and yet it houses Cool Racing Team. My father is very excited about that fact. He's always been telling me about it, and I've never found it particularly interesting until suddenly now I think, oh, it's brilliant. I can use that.
That is
Roche-sur-Foron. Ever heard of Roche-sur-Foron? Exactly.
No, I have not. I realised I just shook my head at you then. I was like, they can't see that.
No, they can't see that. Isaac Price is in the pits, and that's a bit early, actually, I would have thought. That's a lap early for Isaac Price. He's handed over to Jack Keithley. Now, Jack is very fast, so let's see how Jack can respond to 2C's Motorsport, and maybe we might see another change of position for that fourth position. Jack has been on his A game the last couple of months. He's won all kinds of things on Race Room, another platform. Actually, we haven't really mentioned Race Room very much within this broadcast, but Keithley is a master of that, and he's very fast in many other things too. And perhaps, again, not to the experience level of Rory McDuff in terms of R-Factor 2, but certainly, personally, I believe that he got the pace to at least match him.
So I had a conversation on a Race Room broadcast earlier in the year with Robert Wiesenmuller, who runs things over there, great guy, and we were wondering if 2020 was the year of Jack Keithley. He started out well. He's had a few missteps. He's always been very fast, but courtesy of various instances, we saw Danny Incadella there run off. He's got a bit of damage on the front end of that car. Damage isn't properly visually represented in R-Factor 2, but there is a bit. You can just see a little bit on the left-hand side as we're looking at it, on the front right of his car. There's just a couple of scratches and stuff on the paintwork. That's damage, and that will actually affect it's a visual representation of the damage on it, and there will be a little bit of suspension in there, so we've got to be a bit careful there as Danny J. But yeah, Jack Keithley has been in sim racing for a very long time. I used to commentate on him in Formula Sim Racing in start of 2013, so 7 years ago. Open wheelers, they are Formula One style. That kind of speed, that kind of variant, has done genuinely whatever you can think of in sim racing, in motorsport. He's raced it, whether it's a Clio, whether it's a Brazilian stock car, whether it's these, whether it's open wheelers, whether it's British touring car stuff, whether it's the WTCR cars and God knows what else on Race Room. He's a well-versed driver. R-Factor 2, he did struggle in 2018 when he came back to do the GPVWC, which is a league, their International Touring Cup. And it was the first time he came back onto R-Factor 2 for a while, and he really, really struggled with the tyres. To be fair, though, those tyres, front-wheel drive cars, very, very difficult to manage tyres to do that. He seems to be doing a lot better job now. Courtesy of that pit stop, though, that's dropped his car, the number 3 Rebellion Williams eSports car, effectively a lap down. So he is now a lap behind Raffaele Marcello.
Could be key if we get any further disruptions to this race. Very, very impressed by the way that we're pretty much getting through this whole night. To see a lot of the guys reappearing at 6 o'clock in the morning here local time. Got through the whole night without any completely major issues. A few glitches for some of the drivers, and I know out there that you're kind of getting attached to some of our leading names and sympathising with the glitches that they have felt. Let's not forget that whilst Lando Norris unfortunately is no longer with us in this particular race because of his team having glitches, Lando Norris has had glitches in pretty much every single race that he's taken part in, regardless of the platform.
Yeah, his issues on the Formula One games are well known. It's like we've said before, there are various issues in R-Factor 2, but I did hear when I got back into the studio when I was in the green room getting ready to come down, I heard you saying, and very rightly, that, let's be honest, there are a lot of sims on the market at the moment, and everyone has its issues. Let's not forget that, because whilst there's this, that, and the other for this, then you've got various issues with iRacing, you've got ones with, of course, with racing. They all have different issues. And basically, it's just whichever ones you can live with as a driver, take that sim, you know.
And it is like real life. They're different issues, but it is like real life. If they were racing, if this was the real Le Mans 24 Hours, then a lot of these drivers would be experiencing issues in their real car. They would be having issues with water bottles. They'll be having issues with setup, maybe tyre imbalance. Maybe they've got a rattle or something like that. So many people will be having issues with their cars. We take away all of that in sim racing because we do not have random mechanical issues with cars. You do have damage on. You can have mechanical issues forced by something that you as a driver do. If you rattle over a curb, you can damage the suspension, for instance. If you hit a wall, you can damage the car. But we don't have random mechanical points. The random mechanical failures come in through glitches in the software, and that is life. And for those of you, I understand it's very frustrating. Oh, a bit of side-by-side contact. That was very rude. That's our lead Ferrari, the 71 machine. And that's our South African driver. Is that actually a battle?
That's Jordi Sveers behind the wheel of that.
Yeah, sorry, Dutch, not South African. Why did I say South African? But that must be traffic, because he's 5 seconds to the good of Feed Racing.
That's the 56 car, Team Project 1. Not sure which position they're in. Just looking at 16th place, that Team Project 1 car is. The one they've got by the very recognisable ARC car. I must say, the 71 car, which was, when I left, the last Ferrari on the road, has now become the first one.
I don't know what's been going on there. I need to get in touch with Maranello because it really has not gone well.
I messaged Jordi after qualifying the other night, and I said, what's going on? Is that? And I asked him straight out. I was like, is this a play for balance of power, to balance of performance rather, to try and get something maybe for race day, to be like, look, our car's really bad. Are you playing a game? And he was, and I've raced with Jordi for a long time. I really, really trust the guy. And he said to me, he was like, flat out, no, that is as fast as the car will go. We are in trouble.
Yeah.
And that was the point where I was like, they're not messing about. They've not come here to play games. They've come here to win the race, and they are very, very much struggling. And again, for those of you sat at home thinking, oh well, you know, that's rubbish. That's this. How many times have we seen that in real life?
Yeah, exactly.
It's rough for them. Let's have a look at this replay. Oh, Brendan Hartley alert.
Oh, that's an identical carbon copy of Brendan's
exactly
crash.
the same.
And that, to me, is eSports 3. And who is in that car right now?
Finestras.
Sasha Finestras used to be a housemate to Lando Norris.
Really?
Sasha, and his sister used to be the wife of Pachito Lopez.
Oh, wow.
All the facts today.
My goodness. Rattle them off.
And hang on, third fact alert. Sasha's family own a very nice hotel in the ski resort of Mirabel as well.
Have you stayed there?
No, I haven't actually.
Oh.
And because, of course, Sasha is racing this year in Japan. He is based out of Tokyo right now, so he's linked in from Tokyo. Used to be Lando's flatmate, but presumably left flat when he needed to go racing in Tokyo. So Sasha not exactly getting that right. We saw Brendan Hartley in the pits for 6-7 minutes repair time after doing that, and so we expect to see Veloce Esports 3 descend the order. A bit of a shame for me because but a bit of a soft spot for James Baldwin, who is World's Fastest Gamer 2 champion. Has been a long-time member of Veloce Esports. He also won a competition that I organised, the Race of Champions, which is coming back for its virtual edition with real-world drivers.
Hi, welcome to Mixer. We're glad you decided to grow your community with us.
Which allowed him to compete against real-world drivers in the Race of Champions. And Enzo Benito was the man who won it 1 year before. So both of those two guys really close to my heart. And Enzo doing the best thing that he could have ever done for sim racing and for the Race of Champions Esports E-Rock by winning against Lucas de Grassi on the real world track, having qualified through the virtual world. So a shame for James Baldwin. He's a very fast driver, although on the R Factor 2 platform, perhaps not his preferred platform. But that car really is well out of contention now. 21 laps down, according to my timing screen. So that's pretty... I don't think it's completely correct.
No, I think it's 9. 9 to be fair, with the damage on the car, it might be up to 21 laps by the time we've done with this. I will just say though, on that point, of course, not in the position they want to be in. Fair enough, I get that. You know, obviously you come to these races and you probably want to be in a position to win, as everyone does. However, I will say the idea that we're at this point in the race and they're still circulating is very, very impressive. Let's have a look. Ooh.
Well, that was an interesting one.
That wasn't as bad. There was some rear locking going in there. That was what threw the Signatech off.
He got so hard onto the brakes, being caught out by the quick braking car at the front end, that he locked up, and we've got a bit more drama going on. The Wolves Golf Racing car.
Oh, that was close. The one the Signatech, by the way, hit was the MPI. That's the Max Papis one. Who else is in that car? I know Cedo's in that car, and it's one of the. It was Pietro Fittipaldi.
Yeah, and TK as well.
And TK, yeah, TK's in it. Which is been, I'm sure, an interesting experience for the Dutchman, Cedo Vaya, who's trying to get all of those up to speed. I know Nick Dealey, who runs strategy and stuff behind the scenes for Zancho, has been a very busy man over the last 2 or 3 weeks, helping Team Rocket Zancho, helping Multimatic Zancho, and helping MPI Zancho, all of those pro drivers up to speed. He's almost been able to leave Team Rocket Zancho to be like, right, you know, you boys, you know what you're doing, Carry on, lads. But then has put a lot of work into making sure that Andy Prio's up to speed, that Seb Prio's up to speed, and then the three from MPI are all up to speed as well. So a very, very busy man is Nick Dealey, running things behind the scenes for Sancho, doing a great job. Has helped me to a championship, so it's a big thanks to you.
Ben Barker was in the Gulf Racing Wolf Wanderers liveried car that had that spin at the Forge Chicane. Lucky not to make contact, and was able to carry on without any issues. 19th position for that car. That's had a lot of problems throughout the race and well off the lead pace. Josh Rogers in the leading GTE car for the Porsche Esports team, 93, but Danny Ucadella is now in the 80 car, which is the Romain Grosjean Esports team Corvette. The gap between those is now down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It was looking as though the 93 would go a whole lap ahead of the rest of the field, but it does look as though that's not going to be the case. I'm interested to see, though, that the Mitch de Jong 91 car that had overtaken Matt Campbell is now 2 places behind. So unless they're on different strategies, I can actually check that, can't I? Because I've got the strategy computer in front of me. But it seems a bit odd that de Jong was into 3rd ahead of Matt Campbell, but Matt Campbell now is almost a lap ahead again.
Well, whilst you're checking that, I'll just tell you the gaps a little bit between them, because I think you're right. I think they're running different things, because Matt Campbell 3 minutes 15.2 off the leader. Lasse Sorensen, who's in the Aston Martin racing car, is effectively a lap down the leader, and then Mitchell de Jong, who I think we're on board with now, is only 4 seconds back from that. So I think realistically, he's not actually that far off the back of Matty Campbell. Would be sort of, I'm guessing, sort of 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40 off the back of Matt Campbell. Unfortunately, I don't have the gap for that. I don't know if you have over there, but I find it unlike 1 lap on ours.
Yes. Yeah, the first of the cars a lap down. So Mitch de Jong is 2 laps into his stint. Mitch and Josh Rogers, the 93 and the 91, are on the same strategy. But then the 80, the 88, the 95 and the 92 are all on different strategies. I don't know how that's ended up the case, but they are about 4 laps different in terms of strategy. And so that will not play out until another 10 laps, or another 8 laps before we actually see the legit positions. Another 8 laps at just under 4 minutes is quite a big difference. So how that's going to play out when we get to the end of the race, we'll have to wait and see. But for the moment, de Jong sits in 5th position in class, behind Lee Sorensen, just 2.8 seconds behind Lee Sorensen. So a battle's brewing there between Aston Martin and Porsche. And Danny Ucadella doing a great job of keeping the gap down less than a lap, as we just have a quick look at him, behind Josh Rogers. Now, why did I say Danny Ucadella was driving from? I said it earlier and was surprised at his location.
Wasn't it?
Dublin,
yeah. I was going to say, it was Wales, Scotland, or Ireland. It was, yeah.
Why is Danny Ucadella in Dublin? Answer on the postcard, hashtag LeMans 24 virtual. Maybe it's part of that film that Matt Damon's in. You know, Matt Damon was taking shelter in Ireland because he's been filming for a film. And when lockdown came in, they decided to stay in the house, the cottage they were in. And he's in a tiny village in the middle of Ireland, in Southern Ireland. And the local radio station spent the whole of lockdown pleading with him to come into the local radio station and putting out sort of, they had a competition, have you spotted Matt Damon? So these, went on for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and eventually Matt actually had picked up on the radio station and ended up phoning into the radio station to have a chat with them after weeks. So maybe Danny Ucadella is part of that film, and he's there. Now, good battle going on. Let's get back to racing.
P4 in LMP. We've got Jack Keithley, who's now heading Devin Browner. That position, obviously, so Devin has taken over from Rory McDuff. Rory can I think go off and go and get some sleep, because I think he didn't get any between his previous stints, so now is his time to go to bed. Devin, though, very much closing in on Jack Keithley, someone he definitely hasn't raced with before 1 second. You can see on your timesheets there on the left-hand side of your screen, 4th and 5th place, 1.043 of a second. I'm sure we'll get pictures on that the closer they get. There's your Bicolis car. Currently sat in 3rd place with Jone Simicic behind the wheel.
Yeah, but let's not forget that they are on a very different strategy to the rest. So we don't really know how this is going to play out until we get a bit closer to the end of the race. Just to explain that timing screen for you, because I know there's a little bit of confusion out there. That is the gap to the next car. So the lead car is on 2:42 laps. Second is 41 seconds behind that. Third is 26.5 seconds behind second. That's why those times are the way they are. So it shows us, basically it's really useful for a TV director because it kind of shows you the closest gaps without having to do too much maths. And just to let you know, I know I had a question from Matt Jelinek asking how this whole system works. So the game is being run, our Factor 2 platform is being run by Motorsport Games, and they are race control, they are race organisation, and they're doing the very basic race cut that we're seeing here. So they are putting together the feed that we've been commentating on over the last couple of hours. That is basically choosing which car to be filmed by. They'll have different packages for camera systems around the circuit, so they could have static cameras. We saw those being used a few moments ago, and then they can have the normal TV camera set. They may have more than one camera set. They may have a wide camera set or a tight camera set. Then you've got selection of all of the onboard cameras that we can use as well, and pit lane cameras. And effectively, you can just choose which car you want to follow and then choose which view you want to use. That's in a very simple sense how it works. So unlike in the real world where we'd have to wait for the TV cameraman to find the car, then they started following it, and then you can't follow everybody else. Effectively, every single car has its own set of TV cameras following all of them, which makes life a lot nicer. So Motorsport Games are providing this feed that is then being put into a TV truck, the same TV truck that we use for the Le Mans 24 Hours, and all of the extras that you saw, so the Zoom or Skype interviews and the Zoom cameras are being fed by Motorsport Games and organised by Motorsport Games, but they're being put together on a package by our Le Mans TV director, Olivier Denis, and he has been creating those beautiful three-way shots where you've got different onboards, looks, as well as the view of the driver. And then finally we get the graphics from our partners at Al Kamel that gets put on top of that. So there is the possibility of getting graphics from in-game, but with this system we've decided to use our Italian partner Al Kamel to place the graphics over the top. So these are the brand new graphics for WEC this year. This is what they're going to look like. And as we get back into the morning session, when our TV truck comes back underway again, you'll notice how the feed slightly changes. We'll be able to see interviews from Haley again. Alan McNish will be awake again. But also we'll get the three-way boxes with the different cameras and different graphics, and those graphics will change a bit. So that's basically how the whole of our feed is put together. A very different way of working from how our Le Mans expertise is in the real world. And actually, it's quite nice to see the TV director, Olivier Denis, having quite a nice time in the TV truck, because he doesn't have to be constantly talking to the cameramen to get them to move battles, to focus. He's not having to tell the cameramen what to do. Basically, he's just requesting a car, and then Motorsport Games are giving him these pictures that we're seeing. So I hope that gives you a bit more of an insight as to how this works. It is still incredibly complex, and I know that many of you have been enjoying the way that we've put this together, and all credit to the ACO and the WEC organisation specifically, and Olivier Denis and his team for providing beautiful pictures away from the in-game stuff. The in-game stuff is very much our Factor 2 as graphics, and then Motorsport Games as the kind of the subjects in which we are looking at. So if you're not happy with the battles we're choosing, then that's Motorsport Games. But to be honest, I think
they've done a great job.
They've done a great job, because I'll tell you what, there are some people out there who just cannot do this, and these guys are nailing it.
Yeah, I've worked in sim racing a long time, and the broadcast for this is way more complicated than anything I've done.
ever seen ever.
It is madness to me. It's a different planet. We've got so many different. I think there's 7 different feeds in the back from the game that they're allowed to pick and choose from. They can obviously, whilst one's not on, they can effectively get to another camera. There are not many people in sim racing that run even 2 computers to grab 2 different feeds. Jimmy Allison's the one who's been really pushing that one on the R-Factor 2 side of things. He's been doing a great job on those broadcasts. I know he's helping out a little bit with some things on the running of this event. Is Jimmy Allison, head of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Nothing to do with WEC. It's its own little thing. But one thing I will say, we've just had Roy McDuff out of the car and he's messaged me. I'll translate what he said because it's in American. He said, boy, that was fun. None of the nervous stuff from the first stint. It was just pushing, which that's confidence to be able to get in the car and just go, yeah, I'm just going to push. Which does say on the first stint when he was battling with Gregor Hutu, Mr. 5-time, he had to balance his own nerves as well as the car around the 13.6 kilometre circuit. So brave stuff from him. A well-deserved rest. He said he's not sure if he's going to go to sleep, but I'd say that's recommended after some time in the car like this. And whilst it's that time, waiting time is 1:30 in the morning for him in Massachusetts. So definitely go and get yourself some sleep. What have we got on screen at the moment? Is this a battle for position? It is. It's Mitchell. Is it Mitchell de Jong and Lasse Sorensen? I believe so. 1 and a bit seconds apart. 4th in class in GTE. Oh, yeah, it is. It is indeed. Lasse Sorensen in the Aston. I thought for some reason I was like, Lasse Sorensen's in a Corvette. No, it's not. It's an Aston Martin.
And a beautiful Aston Martin that looks so good. Love that livery from Aston Martin. And one of the manufacturers that have really, really championed sim racing over the last couple of months and really got behind really putting together an esports team, not just to compete in this, but to compete in all kinds of different racing. And fantastic to see that kind of reactivity from a manufacturer as the male racing team joins the barrier again. They really have had a torrid time of things, and that's Robert Wickens once again aboard that car. As we've mentioned before, struggling with his wheel, stuck on force feedback at 100%. He's braking obviously with his right hand because of his injuries sustained in the IndyCar Championship a few years ago. And so a very different challenge for Robert Wickens, and just amazing and thankful to have him as part of this Le Mans 24 Hours experience. Now, I have been told that we may have another retiree, and I can't believe my old mate Nico Lapierre has done this, but he's run out of fuel before he got to his pit box. He's in pit lane, so he got there, but he didn't quite get to his pit box. And of course, as we know from what we saw with Fernando Alonso earlier on in the race, if you run out of fuel and you can't get back to your pit box, then that is out. There is no toes like there is in other platforms in this game. You are out of the race. And Nico Lapierre, having done the whole night with his team over in Roche-sur-Foron, that we were talking about earlier, looks to be out of that race. All those guys together in the factory there, and what a shame. Sounds like he was just a couple of 100 meters. And of course, if you were in the real world, you get your mechanics to come and push you into the box.
You don't have that.
You don't have any virtual mechanics to do that, and that is gutting for the Frenchman who has won this in LMP2 so many times. One of the star names of Le Mans 24 Hours. Another man who's the only star name from Le Mans in this race, Maxime Briand, has just brought the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing. And you might say, who? What? He's the only driver who is actually at Le Mans in this race right now. He is a resident of Le Mans. He's a mechanic for Toyota Gazoo Racing. He's a Le Mans passionate. He's a great sim racer too. He's actually the fastest of his team in the 07, and he's brought his car in for a pit stop. But there are plenty of drivers in France, but there's nobody actually in Le Mans except for Maxime.
Yeah, doing a great job. So it'll be a fresh pit lane, some tyres and fuel. I will say with the Lapierre thing, and Stephen Bailey, if you are watching, I definitely recommend tuning out, because yes, I am going to say this on air. And I did bring this up a little bit earlier. running out of fuel. I've never had it in the pit lane, but I did have it once. We were leading by 2 laps at Sebring in a 12-hour race. We were about 8 hours in, and my teammates had done a brilliant job. We were out far in front. I got in the car. Everything was great. Flying around, no mistakes. Everything was perfect through traffic. The car felt brilliant. I was setting times clear enough from everyone else. The team was a 1, 2, 3 for the team. It was like, this is going perfect. What's about to go wrong? And then I forgot to pit. I got halfway round and I wasn't looking at my fuel count. And then I came out of the hairpin and the engine just went and just shut off. And I was like, guys, what's just happened? And the car had run out of fuel. So I kind of feel for Lapierre there, because it's a rough thing to go to your guys. Yeah, by the way, the reason we retired was because I ran out of fuel. It's not because I crashed heavily. It's not because it was something in traffic. It's not because of a technical fault. It's because I ran out of fuel, guys. I just didn't save enough, and that's the day done. That is the 37 and the 17 battling for position. That's UC Yakula gaining a position on Shatan. Jota Team Redline then up into 11th position. I believe things were close elsewhere. It's it's still the battle between Jack Keithley and Devin Brauner. And Devin Browner has got actually up a position, and he's up into 4th place. That happened just off screen. I wonder if the Motorsport Games guys could get us a replay on it. Pass that one off to them. Yeah, I don't know when that's changed, but either way, Devin Browner up into 4th position, now going to have to hunt down the Slovenian Jerne Simoncic, and that is going to be a bit of a mountain. 20 seconds up the road, 2 minutes 40 off your race lead. Raffaele Marcello setting some decent times at the front end of the field. From what I can see, looking pretty healthy. That team, the Raffaele Marcello one, the number 1 car, was one that we picked for a potential victory. Nikita Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski have won here before, have won in sim racing a lot, have been teammates for a very long time back in the Feeder Sport Poland days when they were driving together with Pashnus Gergish, who drives elsewhere in sim racing. He drives in the Tag Heuer thing. I know he did a few rounds in the iRacing Grand Prix series back in the day. That was one team that we very much picked for victory, although there was question marks as to the aggression of the 2 sim drivers. Louis Delatraz, the other one behind the wheel of that car, doing a fantastic job in the number 1 car. And how fitting would it be if the number 1 car wins the race? Oh, a bit of contact there. That was Jack Keithley receiving a what would be classified in sim racing as a boff from a GTE car. That was the one of the Porsches, and that is how Devin Browner got by.
Contact, and that could also mean an issue when it comes to the pit stops too, because he will have a slightly longer stop to repair the car. So a bit of a shame there, and as we know, the pace is good from Jack Keithley, and he's being able to keep up with Browner, but classic thing in Le Mans, it's all about the traffic, and actually they've got one less category in this virtual race to worry about, because obviously there are real-world Le Mans 24 hours. You have LMP1 with their insane acceleration, then LMP2, which looks slow in comparison, and then the GT cars as well. But at least here we've just got the 2 to worry about.
Indeed. It's not too much to follow. He says as there's 27 LMP cars left in the running. I think it might be. Oh no, it's 27 when you count for Longuet, who's down among the GTEs. There's not been many retirements. Everyone's desperately trying to get to the checker flag. We're approaching 1/3 of the race to go. Only 8 hours to go. Time has flown by in this race. It's been absolutely brilliant. And to be fair, there's been a lot of shocks, a lot of stuns. You can see there. This is Devin Browner here, and behind him Jack Keithley. I'm pretty sure the Englishman from Ipswich is going to be a little bit miffed about that contact. Might be a little bit of rear diffuser damage, and he'll be desperate to catch up. And he is not afraid to go into battle. I was teammates with Jack Keithley back in 2018, and I remember when we were on a bus going to the Nürburgring to take part in a racing event down there. It was whilst the Nürburgring 24 hours was going on. And we were having a conversation. I'd never met Jack Keithley before. I spoke to him a few times. We'd never really had much of a conversation. And he told me in that conversation that he likes to play the villain. He likes to be the bad guy. He likes to be the one that's basically calling the shots in that scenario. He just enjoys that sort of atmosphere. Why not, I guess? But the thing from that is he is not scared to go door to door with anyone.
I laugh because as a character, as a personality, he doesn't look like the villain at all. He's actually a great character, and I hope we can get a chance to speak to some of our sim racers in the broadcast when our full broadcast comes back at around 8:30. We'll have Hayley and the team being able to access some of our drivers and chat to them and find out exactly what's going on. Interesting that these two just went past that battle that we were watching earlier on between Les Sorensen and Mitch de Jong, that battle for 4th position in the GTE category. There they are, and I was kind of wondering what exactly was going on. Well, the LMP2s blasted past them. The Porsche does have a straight line advantage by the looks of things over the rest of the field. And as he slowly draws onto the tail of that Aston Martin, actually a huge amount in the braking zone, maybe carries a bit too much mid-corner there, because then it starts to concertina outwards again. Les Sorensen a bit cleaner, and I'm sure, are due pit stops from these guys pretty soon.
Well, I think we're going to see a change for position on the run down towards the second chicane on the Mulsanne, as I think Lasse Sorensen is going to get passed by Mitchell de Jong, lifts out of it, conserves a touch of fuel there, and not making a risky move from the 91 car, but going down to Mulsanne corner. Surely the Aston Martin is going to be under pressure. I did not think that we were going to see Aston Martin really fighting towards the front end of this, but whilst everything's happened over the night, they've kept in touch and very much a part of the lead lap battle. That Porsche, not really quick enough in a straight line. One thing that I noticed, we're in a slightly different balance of performance than what was being raced last week elsewhere. The Aston Martin is not the favoured car. However, it does have some really good straight line speed, and that's what we're kind of seeing here. Even in this scenario, is the Porsche, it's not really it's able to close up, but it's not really there enough to put it down the inside, certainly not into Indianapolis.
Well, he's going to try, and again, yeah, you could hear it, couldn't he? He thought about pulling alongside, and if you are going to pass into Indianapolis, you need to go round the outside of the right-hander to give you the inside to the left-hander. But Sorensen's feeling the pressure, dips a wheel into the gravel, and Sorensen's got about 3 laps of fuel left of this stint, whereas the Porsche's got 7 laps. So Porsche midway through Mitchell de Jong's stint, and this is his 3rd stint as well. They're doing 14 laps in the GTE category as opposed to 10 in the LMP category. And so this is a battle for 4th position. However, when it all shakes out at the end of the race, with all these different strategies, this may well be a bit more significant.
Yeah, it's all of the things that we kind of think about for what's going to happen towards the end of the race. We'll focus on the battles for now and try and give you a better picture of what's going to happen in 8.5 hours time. But bearing in mind how much things have changed over even the previous 2, 3, 4 hours, in comparison to now, it's very hard to keep track of. The number 3 car into the pit lane of Jack Keithley, so he was putting pressure on Devin Brown, and now comes in at the end of lap 247. Devin Brown will go out for another 3 laps, I believe, up to 250. He will be in the car for a fair while. He did a quadruple stint earlier in the race, which obviously for those in the LMP category, basically one stint is roughly 35-ish minutes. So if you do 4, it's 2 hours 20. You can get away with doing 5, which is what Rory McDuff did before he left the car. Not the previous time, the time before, the first time that he was in the car. I'm not sure how many he did on the previous stint. but 5 is your limit, because once you pass 3 hours, well, you're going to get into big trouble if you pass 3 hours. 3 hours is the limit. Every 5 hours, you can do a maximum of 3 hours inside the car.
Lots of Charles Leclerc fans out there back on his stream. If you want to watch his perspective, then head over to Twitch, where he is streaming his onboard camera, if you like, and his comments. And Charles is down 16th in the GT category, 1 lap ahead of the 51 Ferrari. The 52 Ferrari is the second best of the AF Corsa machines, but they are way down in comparison to the 71, which is the best of the Ferrari. It's actually quite impressive to see them only a couple of positions ahead of Tony Miller in the Strong Together Ferrari, which is very much the kind of privateer entry worked out of Monaco with Princess Charlene. I wonder if she's still up team managing their car, or whether they've headed back to the palace. Either way, Tony Miller, who is in Monaco, only Felipe Massa is not part of that team actually on site. And Miller is the second best Ferrari, and he is about a minute behind the lead Ferrari.
Yeah, this thing between those two Ferraris, it's a bit of a classic endurance battle in sim racing recently. Jordi Zviers, who's one of Dennis Lim's drivers, who's a little bit further up the road, driving for Singularity, and Tony Miller is a Zancho sim sport driver. As much as they all get along as a team, Zancho Sim Sport, Singularity, they have a bit of fun together. They have good chats, etc., etc. However, they are rivals on track. They've been battling for championships and stuff. This is something that we've seen all of the previous sort of 9, 10, 12 months even. So if those two start battling on circuit, that'll be an enthralling one. Let's see what we've got in the replay.
Well, this potentially is Nico Lapierre. And Lapierre,
receiving help in the pit lane.
That's amazing.
Good on you.
That's Rudy Van. Is it Rudy Van Buren?
No, I think that's Negrao, isn't it? In the Signatech.
Of course it is.
So that respect to you. That is pushes him into the box, gets it up on the jacks, gets some fuel in. That car is still in the race. That is amazing.
Well, Nico Lapierre has won many of his Le Mans 24 Hours in LMP2 for Signatech Racing alongside Andre Negrao, and somehow there was a bit of communication between the two teams there to get him into his box. We reported that Lapierre had run out of fuel just before his pit box, and amazing teamwork, not teamwork even, amazing camaraderie to get Nico into his box so he could refuel. Of course, Negrao's going to pick up a little bit of damage from doing that too. So really, really lovely to see that. And kudos to Cool Racing, but mainly to Signatech Alpine for that. Love it.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those things you do love to see. People that don't necessarily have to help each other out, but they do, because in some cases, we're all one big team, effectively. We just want to get to the end of the race. We want to see as many cars reach the checker flag as possible. We want everyone to enjoy what is going on. And I think so far, over the previous nearly 16 hours, we've had a lot of enjoyment out there. By the way, the Team Rocket Zancho car of Jenson Button into the pit lane, the race leader, Raffaele Marcello, Williams Esports with Rebellion. They're in the pit lane in the 0-1 car. That's from the race lead. So Romanidis takes the lead in the number 13.
But he also owns the pit stop, so he'll
the sequence begins now.
Yeah, he'll be coming into the pits any moment now, actually. Most of the pit stops somehow have kind of skewed one lap before the round number. But 249 is the 10 laps completed.
I know. So that goes back. This would even at this point, this would go all the way back to the start of the race. Of course, in this scenario, it goes actually back to when the red flag restart happened. Is there were cars like, say, for example, with the 2C's motorsport car when Rory McDuff started on the restart. Is he did the outlap, and then he did 9 time lap. It was It was whatever took them up to this lap. Now, everyone else did the outlaps plus 8 timed laps. Which is obviously a lap shorter, and whilst everyone can do 10 laps, there wasn't enough saving to make sure they could do that extra, because it is quite a lot of saving to do that extra bit at the start of the race, because obviously with their formation laps, it wasn't just one formation lap, there was a couple. Particularly, obviously, we were there when we saw they did, how many was it, 3-4 laps behind the safety car?
Yeah, it was,
and then got going. So that's where this all comes back to, is that restart.
Here we go then, perhaps a change for 4th position. Lee Sorensen in the Aston Martin, with Mitchell de Jong now pulling alongside in the Porsche. All the way down to Indianapolis. De Jong is on the outside line, but I think he will have an overlap enough to claim the racing line into the right-hander. He does, and then into the braking zone and left-hander at Indianapolis. Now, why is Indianapolis called Indianapolis, Lewis?
I actually don't know.
You don't know. The common misconception is Indianapolis is called Indianapolis because it's a banked turn. And many believe that's the case. But I believe, and somebody's going to correct me here, but I'm pretty sure it's because it was originally a paved corner in the same way that Indianapolis was. Lee Sorensen looks down the inside of the Porsche curves. That was really not a particular nice place to go alongside, and he realises that and pulls out of it. But the Aston Martin looks to be on par. He's right at the end of his stint. I expect to see Sorensen coming into the pits either this time or next time by. So very, very light on fuel, probably light on his tyres as well. And the Porsche does have 5 laps more fuel inside the car. Does he peel to the right? Yes, he does. Aston Martin 95 into the pits. That battle is done for a while. And de Jong can now relax into a rhythm.
Lasse Sorensen, obviously the younger brother of Marco Sorensen. A little fun fact about him is Lasse Sorensen used to drive for a team called Precision Motorsports back in the day. We won't go too much into that because that team is very much defunct now. The team that helped Bono Huis to many a world championship in Formula Sim racing. For those of you in sim racing will know that name quite a lot and will slate me for saying Bono Huis rather than Bono House, which is, yeah, fair enough. But in that team as well was Jack Keithley. So this, I think, might be one of the first times that Jack Keithley and Lasse Sorensen have been on the track in nearly 7 years. It's crazy when you have it. I mean, I've had messages today from people that I have not seen in sim racing in nearly half a decade, and being like, wow. And they're saying, oh, watching this, they're saying that they want to get back into sim racing, they want to retake on everything that's going on, and that is the joy of watching this. Those of you sat at home thinking, this looks really cool, I'd love to take part. Well, do you know what? You can take part in this. It is so approachable. You just need to get the game, get the cars. You don't, in some cases, I did not start on a wheel. I started on an Xbox 360 controller, so, fill your boots. I wouldn't recommend starting on a keyboard, but you can, some people did. There are some people named Lazaros Philippakos, who is a Greek driver, drives for Speedy Mite, a team in sim racing at the moment. He races competitively, genuinely competitively, with a lot of the guys that are on this field on a controller. He was the one that helped Jacques Villeneuve up to speed in the race ages ago. You can do it if you're determined.
Yeah, and there are different levels of steering wheel. We actually saw when we had some insets, it was Mark Gassner, wasn't it, who had a very basic-looking setup and still is incredibly fast. So you don't need to put thousands and thousands of euros down for a top PC and the best steering wheel and pedals and a full rig. One thing you could do for starters is build your own rig if you've got the skills to do so. And then, a decent wheel and pedals to get you started will set you back only a couple of €100, and you can get yourself entered into this world. As you say, download the platform, R Factor 2 in this case, download the cars, and off and running you go. And it's not, once you get going on this particular platform, it's not massively expensive. It can be on other platforms, because every time you download extra stuff, it can cost you, but something like, say, Assetto Corsa, we didn't speak about that yet. The open platform, you can download pretty much anything you want, and it's all been made by the community. If you want to race around Goodwood in a soapbox, I think you can race around
absolutely.
in a soapbox. So
you can take a Reliant Robin around if you really want.
Does it fall over?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a photograph of it on two wheels coming through, is it Ford, is it Valvoline? One of the left-handers, when you start going downhill on the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, before you get to the hairpin. I've got it just going through there on two wheels. If you're careful, it's fine, but it can fall over. It's an approachable market. I mean, I bought a wheel, Logitech G27, which is the same one that we saw Catherine Legg with earlier when she was saying it's from the 1980s. I'm a little offended by that.
She's only 1800s.
Yeah, I'm a little offended by that. I'm a Logitech G27 user as well, thanks. But I've had that wheel for 6 years, and I bought it off of a friend for £100, and it still works. Every button, it still works fine. The force feedback is as it was, which is okay, but not ideal. And it still works, though. It's still an access into this world.
Yeah, that's key.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can spend... you can go and buy your SimiCube direct drive wheel and spend the better part of 1,500 quid trying to get your right wheel and then even more on pedals and then this, that and the other. Or you can buy one of these budget wheels. Jarl Tyen, who takes part in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola series, who takes part in this, in the Virgin Endurance Championship, in anything that he touches, he is one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He races on a Logitech G29, which is not an expensive wheel realistically. It's one of the more budget style wheels. It does have force feedback, but it's more of a simplified form of it. And he is still monster quick, so you can do it. And I suggest you do, actually.
It's not about the tools, it's about how you use them.
Exactly.
I mean, I want to blame my tools, and therefore I make sure I've got good ones. Thank you to Fanatec and for helping me out just before the lockdown really kicked in and they weren't able to sell anything else. It's just been an amazing time for all of these people who are involved, the bigger manufacturers like your Thrustmasters and your Fanatec's and your Logitech's, and then the smaller niche communities like you mentioned SimCube, SimLab, for instance. I've got a rig from SimLab. It's taking them, I think they've got an 8-week lead time now, such as the demand for rigs. RS Simulation is another one that Andre Lotterer uses. He's got a little bit of motion in his RS simulator. Go onto his Instagram feed to see where he is. He's actually moved out of his house for the weekend, and it looks like he's doing this from a gym. He calls it a community hall. I don't know how he's got access to this community hall. It looks like a gym, but he says it's very secure. It's got a backup generator if needed, and it's got a very good internet connection, a solid internet connection. So I think he was concerned about power outages. I mean, he's in Germany, isn't he? So it's not like the back end of nowhere. But he's really taking it so seriously that he didn't really want anything to go wrong. And in fact, I think Lotterer should be getting into that car any moment. He said he was back on at 4 o'clock and he hasn't been in the car yet. They've got all the Sim Boys co-ando at the moment, with Rogers in the 93, De Jong in the 91 and Backham in the 92. And Lotterer should be in the 91 that Mitch De Jong is in at the moment. So expect De Jong to come into the pits and hand over to Andre Lotterer at any moment now. So actually, if you're listening, morning Andre, hope you're well. Nice to have you with us, and nice to have you taking this so seriously. Apparently though, he is not in Germany, he's in Oppede in France. Now I think that's pretty close to where RS Simulation are based. So maybe he's actually at or near the RS simulation area. His seat's so cool. It's leather, brown leather. It looks like an old racing seat from the 1960s Formula 1 car. It's absolutely awesome. Underneath it's carbon fibre, but obviously needed to use that. So obligatory to be taking part in the FIA Formula E Race at Home Challenge. He had done a little bit in the Super Cup for Porsche before that, but really then dedicated his time to the Formula E race, which was on the same platform, RF2, as this, and therefore giving you already a slight advantage. Okay, very different cars, and actually the whole way that the championship's been treated is so different to this. You know, this is the highest level of serious. There is no silliness going on here, whereas in Formula E there was a bit of silliness going on, especially at the first corners of things. They had damage turned off, didn't they? I think that's one of the main problems.
I did photographs of BMW, and that's why I had to deal with taking photographs of the first corner on more than one occasion, thinking, oh God, how am I taking a photograph of this and making it look good? He's done a good job. To be fair, those Formula E cars, obviously the track's very claustrophobic with some of the tracks that we've got. They went to Monaco, they went to Berlin, they went to a track which doesn't exist called Electric Docks.
And Hong Kong.
And New York as well was the Hong Kong and New York. Hong Kong was the one I was forgetting. That car, by the way, a lot of fun. To be fair, it's a lot of fun if you're lifting and coasting of all things. But when you start pushing that car, it is so hard to drive because the lift-off, oversteer, the brakes, really, really difficult. So imagine doing that as your first sim racing experience properly in a long time. Trust me, this is a bit easier than that. I know it doesn't, you kind of think, well, it's a very different ball game. It is a very different ball game, but I would argue that this is a touch easier, more forgiving.
Yeah. Hopefully more enjoyable for the likes of Andre and Neil Jarni as well, part of that team. Neil Jarni has to do 4 hours. Not necessarily. Interesting actually for Neil, because not necessarily the fastest guy out there. Also, in terms of Formula E, it looks as though he's on the way out, because Pascal Wehrlein has announced he's no longer racing for Mahindra, and everything points to him taking part in Formula E in the future with Porsche. Andre Lotter's got the contract already, so already Neil Jarni looking like he may be under pressure for that seat, which will be a big shame. And with everything that's going on in the real world of motorsport, all of the works contracts are reducing, and it's going to be much more competitive to get yourself a works drive in anything, whether it be GTs, whether it be Formula E, whether it be in Le Mans. So interesting times to be a racing driver right now in the real world, and still exciting to see, and looking forward to seeing those guys appearing at Circuit de la Sarre for real in September, when we will race the 24 hours of Le Mans for real, providing nothing massively crazy happens in the meantime, which of course it could.
Considering the world at the moment, you never know.
Yeah.
It's been a crazy few months for everyone here on planet Earth. But we move forward, and there was one thing that that someone had spoke to me about with I don't want this to be the replacement to motorsport. It's like this is not and never ever will be a replacement to motorsport. This is something we're doing in the meantime whilst we can't have motorsport. This is something for everyone to do. More from a fun side of things, but it's this remarkable level of fun serious. It's this balance of there's not really that much on the line. At the same time, we are taking this very, very seriously, and it's that balance that we're trying to find here in sim racing and stuff. And I feel like with this event, we really have struck that perfect balance of fun serious, because we're not seeing anything ridiculous, we're not seeing anything stupid, we're not seeing anything like what you would consider to be a game where people are just dive bombing each other and just bashing each other off the road and all laughing about everything that's going on. Everyone's taking it seriously. The racecraft has been as you would expect in the real world. But yeah, it is not. This will never become the official, real, big style.
No, Le Mans are going to stop, and we're going to just do it virtually.
Exactly. That will never happen. So those of you sat at home thinking, is this the future? not. No. This is something else. This is a very different thing. This is esports. This is a wildly different category.
But whilst when we do go back to real world, it is worth remembering that this world will still exist. The virtual racing world will still exist, and hopefully will be healthier for all of this interim. And I hope that you guys as fans are being entertained by what you're seeing here, because that's the objective. Ooh. Oh, not again, Fernando. Is it Fernando in the car this time? It's the same car again.
It is that one.
And unfortunately,
it's Jarl.
52 is Charles Leclerc, who's been unceremoniously removed from the circuit there. That FARB all-in sports car has just been attracting trouble throughout the whole race, and not always their fault, granted. But Jarl Tien getting caught out by a car coming out of pit lane on the right-hand side, jinking to the left, but trying to thread the eye of the needle, which obviously wasn't there, and Charles Leclerc was already doing the avoiding here. So let's have a look. This is the perspective, goes to the inside.
Oh, come on, you've got to lift out of that, Jarl. That gap was always closing.
It was always going to close with Charles on the outside there, taking the racing line.
The thing is, right, this. So for those of you sat at home wondering, but blue flag. Okay, let's eliminate this discussion. Is the LMP drivers that are coming through the GTE traffic? It is fully their responsibility to make the pass safely. For the GTEs, they almost need to just do what they're doing, remain predictable. If they stay on the racing line, an LMP driver goes, well, I already know what the racing line is, and you're going to stick on that, so I'll go around you, and that's fine. In that scenario, you can see from 100 miles away that gap was going to close every day of the week. And Jarl, as much as he's been more of a GTE driver recently, as we've got a bit of a battle on circuit here, he should have known better in that scenario.
Battle for 7th position, this is. Between Tristan Vautier and Jordan and the TDS e-racing motor entry. Those guys at TDS all sharing the same simulator, motion rig that they have down at the factory at TDS. And interesting to see Jordan, who is the sim racing driver here, finding space to get past Tristan Vautier in the Panis AAA entry and moving himself up into 7th position. Remember, for the most part, this is basically kind of on schedule. Everyone's really on the same kind of strategy, except for the except for the Bicoles, that is a couple of laps, about half a stint actually, different. We also, Jenson Button is under pressure from Schonvliet from WRT for 9th spot. There's only a second between those two. JB's been running so well in all the sim racing events that we've seen. It's not quite as intense a battle, but thank you anyway, Motorsport Games, for switching directly to it. But expect perhaps Jensen for the first time in quite a while to lose a position here rather than to gain one.
I sent a message to Arne Skånefleet after, because I read his. We've got a big book of driver profiles, and I went through his, and on his there is he's randomly included winning a Clio championship, and I know why he's done this. It's because I finished second in that championship, and it's just a shot fired at me. So thanks Arne. He is monster quick. In pretty much anything you stick in front of him in R5. So he's kind of struggled with this event though a little bit. He's not really well versed in the LMP2 car. More has been driving various other endurance cars in R Factor 2. So the LMP2 may be a little bit new to him. Maybe he's not really struck a balance finally with the car. Used to have quite an aggressive driving style. Racing some touring cars and stuff, whereas as of more recent he's become a lot more reserved, a lot more mature. Has the Belgian driver, and now chasing down the 2009 Formula 1 World Champion, who's got some damage on the front of that car, has JB. So he's obviously he's gonked someone coming around the circuit.
Hang on, you've used the word boff and gonk.
And gonk. Boff, gonk. Yeah, no, you just use think of it like a comic book. You know, it's onomatopoeia, isn't it?
Ah, okay. We should add sound effects every time.
I'm told that boff is the word to describe something else, but
Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't think that.
Actually, talking of sound effects, if you get yourself online and Google the highlights of one of the recent TCR E-Series events, the editor was honestly having a boring day and decided to edit in sound effects to every single thing that happened in this little clip. So any crash that there was a ridiculous sort of Hollywood 1940s sound effect. The curbs were rattling. I didn't really know what was going on there, but obviously the editor was having a moment. I feel quite sane considering it's at 7 o'clock local time here in Paris, and we've clicked into less than 8 hours to go. Although, can you smell the toast? Somebody's cooking toast. I mean, it's not smell-o-vision, so you can't smell it on the stream. But
you're waking me up now.
I can smell toast. And
you're thinking you've got 40 minutes to go. You're thinking, where am I going to run off?
Isn't burnt toast a sign of a heart attack?
It's a stroke.
Okay, great. So just keep an eye on me, yeah?
No worries. By the way, there's some sandwiches over there.
Somebody's toasting one of them.
Maybe that's where it's come from. I went into Motorsport Games, and they were just all sat there with it. I was like, where have you got these
Motorsport,
from?
you came in the truck. Did they bring a load of bacon over for Sunday morning?
No.
Because obviously a bacon sarnie on a Sunday morning in motorsport is just obligatory, usually with greasy hands to just add that extra flavour. But they don't do bacon in France. It's absolutely rubbish. Right, here we go. Here comes R8 down the inside going into first chicane. And this should be position gained ahead of Jenson Button. And up to 9th spot for ETWRT. They were super strong at the start of the race. Oh, Jensen getting a bit squirrely too there in the braking zone. And not sure he's going to have that much of a chance to keep up with the WRT car. Although we are going to get to the end. Oh, no, we're not going to get to the end of the stint yet. We're about halfway through the stint. But Simoncic is taking his stop. And he's now in pit lane.
Is that a lap earlier than normal? Because I'm pretty sure they were pitting on lap... Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I'm pretty sure they're doing 10-lap stints. If not, that might have been a lap earlier.
Well, that's bang on 10.
That's bang on 10.
There he is.
There.
Oh, no, hang on, that's not him.
That's a 7 car.
Oh, that's Otmir in...
Oh, yeah.
No, sorry.
Van Oiters, by the way, is in the pit lane or apparently has stopped in the United Autosports entry, the number 22, in the second sector. Unsure as to why. Also, Nick Tandy, by the way, has taken over the number 93 at the head of the field in GTE. I wonder if we'll get a bit of a note as to what's happened to the United Autosports car.
I got confused there because Jan Otmir has taken over Veloce Esports 1. Simoncic looks like he's stayed in the Bicoles car. Maxime Briand is stayed in the 7 Toyota, and there it is. So our Le Mans resident carrying on, and he will be doing a full 7 hours, I imagine, because Maxime is... I don't know actually if he is the fastest of that team. Let's have a quick look at how he compares, because Pachito Lopez was mega at the start of the race in that car.
Certainly was.
Driver scoreboard.
Put in some decent efforts at the start. You can see it when we obviously we'll get the highlights back later in the race once TV production's back, and in there you'll see some of the overtakes that he did on his rise up the grid. Did a fantastic job in the early stages. He is someone who's done a fair amount of racing. I remember James Kirk a little while ago when they were doing WTCR esports of some description, and he said that Lopez was talking about sim racing and how when he's done with his motorsports career, he was going to be like, yeah, sim racing's the place to be. So obviously he's done his fair share of sim racing in the recent past. We're looking at Jota. It's the 37 and the 17. We've seen these two pretty close. I'm pretty sure just in the background there, we're looking more focused on the Jota team red line car, the number 37. The next LMP2 behind, the orange one, you can just see scooting past the Ferrari there. That is IDEC Sport Racing. And these two have switched positions and then switch back again and then switch positions and switch back again. And it just appears it's that time. Look at how bright the track is, though. It's okay when you're driving with the sun on your back, but like you say, going up towards Tête Rouge, That's going to be pretty tricky.
I apologise to Pachito Lopez, who won't be listening. He'll be asleep. But I am sorry, Pachito, because you are the fastest driver in your squad. An average lap time of 3:26.8, as opposed to Maxime, who is in the car right now, is on an average of 27.2. So in the car alongside the rest of them, Mike Conway and Komoyi Kobayashi, they're a bit further down my order of drivers, but that's impressive. Interestingly, though, they are behind a certain Fernando Alonso, whose best lap is a 3:26.2. So Fernando's well on the pace.
That's a nice start. What's the battle between the Nando and Jenson Button? Because those two were having a little bit of a square off on the Simply Racer a few days ago, thinking about who was trying to go quicker than who, and that would be an interesting battle, just on the timesheets anyway.
So Lando's fastest lap time was a 26.7, average lap time of a 27.2. So Pachito is faster than Lando.
That's good.
Where's JB? JB's best time a 27.3.
Oh, slow.
But average of a 27.6 actually is quite slow. Yeah.
That's. I mean, 27.6 as an average is quite good, considering 27.3 is the best. But come on, Jensen. He did. I remember he was doing some testing, and I think he did a 26.2 or something like that in practice, and they were like, wow, very, very good. And then he went, yeah, I was on mix 4 for the first sector though, which, by the way, is effectively the quali mix, so you definitely can't do 10 laps on that. It was just very funny to see the competitiveness, to be like, I don't want to be this far down on the practice timesheet, I'm just going to turn the car up a little bit.
Best lap of the race for Atsi Kirchhoff from Team Redline, the car that retired on lap 159, a 3:25.336. This is the time of day where usually you would see best lap times ping in at Le Mans. Nice cool conditions with the cars running very well, but I think in the sim world this doesn't quite compute, so we're not seeing best laps come through. Kirchhoff a couple of tenths faster than Nuno Pinto, who has the second fastest lap time, and then Agustin Canapino, best of the real world drivers, in third position, third fastest lap time in this race. The 3 or 4 time Argentine touring car champion, but also an incredibly good sim racer too. Best lap average to Atsi Kirchhoff, a 26.0. Rudy Van Buren a couple of tenths behind that. Franco Colapinto, and then Nuno Pinto, and then Arne Schonvit, a 26.4. And that's best 10 laps averaged out.
I've been messaged by Matt Richards, who's in the Team Rocket Sancho. He's like, JB's best lap was a 26.8 actually. Now the thing is I wonder.
Oh yeah, but hang on.
I wonder if that was before the red flag.
No, this should actually have that.
Oh, would it?
It should have that, but Matt, you're certainly right. There's all kinds of things going on with timing screens.
It is hard to read, yeah. No.
I can only tell you what I've got in front of me, and I'm not lying with the numbers that I'm reading.
The thing, for those of you sat at home, the numbers and stuff that we have, as much as we are happy to have the live timing that we've got and various other applications. Some of it is not ideal. We don't have all of the information. So on that side, if there are things that you note and think, oh, they don't know anything, pass on the information, please. We would love to get that out to the masses as TDS E-Racing Motul come into the pit lane. Dennis Jordan behind the wheel of that. I did notice their social media for TDS E-Racing Motul. Every time they had a driver swap, I don't know if they're still doing it, but every time they had a driver swap, they posted who was getting in the car, who was getting out of the car, what time it was they were getting in. Every driver swap. That is a mad amount of social media. It looks very pretty as well, so nice graphic design on that front.
But that's important. It's good information for all the media to know, and they would be doing the same thing at Le Mans because obviously the media are not allowed down in the garages at Le Mans, so sometimes, especially as we don't see much of what's going on in the pits, you don't necessarily know what's happening. So a lot of the teams do that in the real world just to keep the media updated, and it's a very good thing to do. So thank you, TDS. An interesting observation here from Faint Games on Twitter. Does RF2 simulate stealing downforce in addition to drafting? It looked like Jenson Button lost a lot of front-end downforce from the car in front.
It certainly does. We have Dirty Air is part of it. It is a very big part of it as well, and in sometimes you can go into the files and effectively change it, and I don't mean that the drivers can do that, because they can't, of course, because you would just put it on 0, but the when balancing the mod or the content rather in this case, they have the ability to reduce or increase the effect of Dirty Air, or even for those of you that know, that are in the know, that are very nerdy, diffuser stalling, which is very good fun, because you can't do anything about it when you're the car in front. Effectively, a diffuser stall is where the car behind gets too close to the car in front, and the car in front then loses downforce. Same way that you would see in a NASCAR race when they're bump drafting at Daytona and they're pushing each other around. Well, before you bump draft, there is still a push on the car in front, and that's where the resistance from the wind and stuff, that comes off of the rear end and basically pushes the car forward. You have the same thing if you get too close to the rear. Now, obviously, with that diffuser stall, if you have that in the middle of the Porsche curves, you're going to spin out. So all of that kind of stuff is simulated. The Dirty Air in LMP2 is extreme, to use a word. It can be as well in various other cars. I did a race in a Formula Renault 3.5 at Australia in 2016, and I can tell you that going through turn 11 and 12, that was a big no-no to sit anywhere near anyone, because if you did, you were going off.
Thank you very much to Christopher Matthews tweeting me to correct me, and my knowledge of French basketball teams is very, very limited. I do know, as we were mentioning earlier with Chris, that the LeMans are very good, and I assumed wrongly that they played in the MM Arena. The MM Arena is that big arena on the inside of Tetre Rouge, and you see it, and actually has been hired out by various teams over the years as a corporate hospitality venue, and had a big update a couple of years ago. I was wrong. That's a football stadium, or soccer stadium. Well done for explaining both, Christopher. And that's where the football team play. The basketball team play in the Antares Arena, which is a bit further down the Mulsanne Strait. There we go. I give you kind of facts. Twitter gives you the real deal.
This is the thing, the joy of being live on the internet, across TV, everything, is that you can't say anything without the scrutiny of everyone behind the scenes to throw you messages and be like, by the way, what you've just said there is completely wrong. And I'm sure it's the joy of doing any commentary on a race at the Nürburgring. There's always someone to be like, that's not how you say that corner. I'm sorry. I'm doing my very best here. By the way, I did point out the damage on the Team Rocket Sancho car. I've had that confirmed that is just visual, that there isn't actually any damage on the front end, and also that this, I believe, could be the last stop for Jensen before he hands over to another driver. Maybe we'll see him later on, maybe not. But
well, it's getting into the night over in LA.
He needs to go to bed.
Well, yes, he needs to go to bed.
You need to go to bed, Jensen.
He's going to look after his pregnant wife. Very important. Let's see how many hours he has done in the car so far. I've got that data somewhere. Lots of drivers 200 drivers to get through to find his name. It's not that easy.
It's a big list. Of course, we've got 50 cars on the grid. Of course, it's slightly lower now.
Not that much lower. I think only 3 or 4 official retirements.
Yeah, I think it's really not many. We've done a great job to get them all through this point. But for those of you wondering how many that is, every team is by the rules, they have to have 4 drivers. It's a minimum of 2 FIA licensed drivers, so 2 pros, and then you can have 2 sim racers in a team. Some do, some don't. But effectively, every team has 4 drivers, which means that we have 100 drivers taking part here in the Le Mans 24 virtual, which is, to be honest, incredible to have that many people taking part, that many big names from sim racing and motorsport.
So JB has done 91 laps in the car, which equates to 5 hours and 41 minutes. So he's in the window. You can do a maximum of 7 hours and a minimum of 4 hours. So he's very much in there. So he would, by regulation, need to go out again, although he probably could still get 2 or 3 stints in before he goes racing another time.
Depends on tiredness. I mean, to be fair, 7.5 hours. You really kind of wouldn't want to leave that with just 2 drivers, but then
Maybe 2? Why would it only be 2?
Well, it depends on if they want to put Al Bunker back in the car.
Oh well, how many hours has he done?
Yeah,
Carry on.
Good, yeah. You go through that, because if they weren't to put Al Bunker back in the car, who is the slower of the 4,
the less fast.
The less fast. That's a really nice way. Very, very political of you.
That's unlike me, I have to say.
Matt Richards and Jan van der Heide, who have done a little bit of racing recently. I think they took, I believe they were the 2 that were teamed up in an LMP3 car around here on R-Factor 2 a little while ago. Did they get back to a podium? I can't remember. Matt, I'm sure, will message me in mere seconds after I finish just driveling all this this conversation about. But if it is just the 2 of them, for 7.5 hours, considering they've already done a lot of time, that's 3.5 hours apiece. That's a lot of time in the car for 2 people. When they're fatigued, they've been up probably most of the night, maybe a couple of hours. Kit for the pair of them, but so not ideal.
Al Bunker's not actually done too badly. He is kind of mid-pack in terms of competitiveness. He's done 5 hours 15, so again, doesn't need to do any more, but that would mean 10 hours, 11 hours for JB and Alex, which would give the other 2, I suppose, 6.5 hours. That's not too bad. That works out.
Right, yeah.
But no, Al Bunker's pace is pretty good. I mean, he's, according to our timing screens here, and of course, can't rely upon them. Tomek Poradic, who is the 14-year-old Veloce esports driver, he's on terms of average lap time, he's faster than him. He's faster than Emily Jones, Yiffy Yi, Norman Nato, Sebastian Prio, Simon Pagenaud as well. So, no, not bad at all. The slowest of our drivers in LMP, anyway, across a 10-lap average is Catherine Legg from Alex Young, Max Papis, Ricky Taylor, and Nelson Piquet Jr. How cool? I'm not cool at all, actually. How crazy is that? To read that list of drivers and say, yeah, they're a bit slow.
Yeah, I'm quicker than this monster list. Is this the Jota car coming up towards the IDEC one again? Oh my god! Are they going to stop racing at any point? They have been together so much. It's the number. Is it the number 38 that I just saw there?
Yeah. So this is 38 on the back of Paul-Luc Chatin, who is in here. I thought Chatin was racing in here, but I can't see him in the sim.
Who? So if that's the case, then this is unlapping.
Yeah, exactly. But Chatin is only 2 seconds down from Aubrey, who's the other Jota Team Red Line 37 car just up the road.
Yeah, you saw that in the foreground of that shot there. That car that's just gone by now. That's the one that's actually for position. So that one, the one that's just gone by, not for position. Got to be focused a little bit further down the road. Although, to be fair, when I say a little bit further down the road, I do literally mean a little bit further down the road. It's not very far, as Mark Gasner is in the pit lane, the head of the field.
Yeah, but Marcello's already pitted one lap before, so we're now into that stage where it all gets confusing for a couple of laps as everyone dives into the pits, and then we'll re-establish the order once those pit stops are done.
See, this is the time when Jimmy Allison's like, so we're at this point when everyone's mid-pit stop. Now let's do a rundown of where everyone is currently running. I'm like,
do you know, it always falls like that. To be honest, it always falls like that, because from a TV point of view, you go, we want to do it on the hour.
Yeah.
And then from a strategy point of view, you find out that they're doing 30, 35-minute stints, and they always fall on the hour. So whenever you